Chapter 6. Mimesis and Praxis. Taking certain precautions in order not to extrapolate, not mistake a risk for a fatality and a hypothesis for truth. Let us try to state, according to what we know today, the dangers and possibilities that technology conceals. We may leave aside science fiction, a mixture of curiously archaic themes, telepathy, occultism, spiritism and spiritualism, vulgar themes, objects and machines that rebel against their human creator, and prospective themes. What to do in a society without labor? 1. What we should look for are real discoveries of a scientific order, ideological interpretations, extrapolations, fabulations. Yet there is an imperceptible transition from one to the other, from science to science fiction, which has the incontestable interest of revealing the most threatening possibilities, by its combination of dramatic depictions of the future with ancient myths. Let us simply consider the science that makes it possible to build automatons. This teaches us first of all that movement is analyzed into 3 types or levels. Spontaneous movement, involving a qualitative modification and alteration. Mechanical movement, involving the movement of a body in space, with greater or lesser use of energy, but always considerable, and transition to a final equilibrium in conditions imposed on the moving body, and movement endowed with a self-regulation, determining its own conditions of equilibrium in relation to an environment. Now, we can remark that the third kind of movement, which takes place in mechanisms constructed by human thought, reproduces the first as well as adding something to it. The self-regulating movement has a spontaneity. It possesses qualities that it essentially preserves throughout the alterations imposed on it. The automaton is no longer simply a mechanical machine. It moves of itself and maintains itself through changes and alterations. It preserves itself. It no longer transforms relatively enormous quantities of energy into mechanical displacements, as do classical machines, locomotives for example. It captures very small quantities of energy provided by its environment, by its milieu. It uses these to inform and govern the energetic processes it contains. It is constructed to respond to stimuli from this milieu by appropriate action, and adapts itself to this. These automatons are increasingly complex, and there is no advance limit to their degree of complexity. Mechanical complication no longer answers the definition of complexity, as the latter is definable and even measurable. Information theory quantifies quality, or at least a certain quality. It allows a measurement of novelty and variety. Subsequently, this measurement enters into the mechanisms. Automatons, already capable of adapting to disturbances in their umwelt, environment, and containing complex autoregulations, homeostatic systems, are perhaps already capable of modifying their own program and repairing themselves in case of accident. The automatic machine is a machine, as it is constructed, breaks down into its component parts, and can be rebuilt according to a rule, doubly determined, functional and structural. At the same time, it simulates life and thought. To what point does this simulation go, and to what point will it go? To indefinitely approaching the living and thinking model? Reaching this? Even superseding it in certain aspects, calculating power, intellect or intelligence, while remaining behind in others, sensation, emotionality. The machine, like art and the artist before it, imitates nature, animals and man as organisms, living and thinking. It reproduces these on the basis of inert, material, nature, without the possibility of assigning limits to this reproduction. Perhaps the automaton will define and cross the steps and transitions between materiality that is in appearance inert, and thought that appears to proceed from itself alone, between what certain philosophers would call the in itself and the for itself. cyberneticians raise a certain number of questions for discussion. What indexes make it possible to distinguish an automaton from a living creature, leaving aside operations that would destroy their object, submitting it to radiation, etc.? Are these indexes on the physiological level, the psychological level, or the social level? According to cyberneticians, it is only in terms of the memory of an automaton that this function can be correctly defined. Human memory differs from this, as it has gaps. The human being forgets, perhaps because he wants to forget. The memory of the automaton is correct and perfect. In the same way are its intellect and its language, at least virtually. Automatons will speak the universal meta-language, reached by successive approximations, Aldol, Cental, etc., present-day machine languages. Human discourse differs from this by its imperfections, excessive and useless redundancy, spaces between morphemes, words, silences. In the human being, emotion that seems completely personal and draws it into illusions of subjectivity is simply disturbance, hesitation. The automaton also expects. It examines all possible combinations and makes the right choice. It is more intelligent than the human being. Shall we say that it can neither laugh nor cry? But it can. So long as the programmer has well-defined laughter and tears, the situation for laughter and the corresponding stimulus. And tears likewise. Spontaneity? That is not a distinctive criterion, since the automaton rediscovers it in the only precise meaning of the term, that which moves of itself, containing and preserving the principle of its movement. Dreams? Imagination? Given that these terms are defined as a function of the possible and the aleatory, they can be attributed to the automaton. All that remains for man are the illusions of subjectivity, the gaps, the holes. He would be an inferior automaton. And yet, if the automaton can be programmed to react differentially in relation to sexed beings, it is impossible at the present time to conceive it as having a sex. Would the distinctive criterion be biological? That is to say, in itself non-human? We know moreover that the question of individual and psychophysiological automatism is overlaid, or rather, complemented, by that of social automatism. Social controls, ready-made behavioral models, the influence of patterns, tend as we know only too well to robotize humans, into groups and by groups. The ability to code them onto punch cards proves this, as both result and effective cause. The question that is raised, therefore, is that of hominization, a term we borrow from Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, to show the determination of his theology too of automatons, or the robotization of men. Has not the human being, in a parody of the God of Genesis, created the automaton in his own image, in order to summon it to him and recognize himself in it? This encounter, this association, this strange couple and its product, we could call the cybernanthrope. Are we already cybernanthropes? W. Hart Ashby, in an introduction to cybernetics, defines this as the science of control and communication in animal and machine, like the art of government, he adds ironically. 3. The truths of cybernetics are autonomous. They do not depend on any other branch of science. Cybernetics has its own foundations. It is to the actual machine, mechanical, electrical, nervous, economic, what geometry is in relation to the objects of our terrestrial space. It has as its particular object the domain of all possible machines. It is thus in a position to indicate new interesting and suggestive parallelisms between machine, brain and society. In particular, it brings a common language which enables one branch of science to utilize a discovery by another. For let us note the interest of these declarations by an eminent specialist, the discoverer of celebrated properties and mechanisms, Ashby's quadrupole, on the autonomy of the principles of cybernetics and their totalizing character in relation to the particular sciences. Whether this claim is well-founded or not, the aim of cyberneticians is certainly to constitute a total science of the real, not a particular one, by realizing mechanisms, dispositives, machines. According to Norbert Wiener, in cybernetics and society, apprenticeship is essential for man to attain maturity, both as species and as individual. Such apprenticeship, we would say, is mimesis, the mimetic repetition of gestures or behaviors which succeeded in a threatening situation, in the face of a danger. What is the essence of this apprenticeship? It has been revealed by machines, according to Wiener. Apprenticeship is a form of feedback, in which the pattern of behavior is modified by past experience. The principle of feedback means that behavior is studied in such a way that the result, whether successful or not, modifies future behavior. Apprenticeship is therefore a complicated form of feedback. Present-day machines are able to incorporate the result of their own behavior. In so-called homeostatic systems, there is a reintroduction into the system of the results of its action. The information returns to it. 5. The performances of such machines thus reproduce very well those of the living organism and the thinking brain. They reproduce the path leading from matter to mind. This reproduction becomes an object of production and a produced object. These propositions, recently vulgarized and extended to society by the inventor of the word cybernetics, are not recent. Before philosophy seized on them, science fiction novelists had followed these hypotheses to their conclusion, sometimes very imaginatively. Several years ago already, Pierre D. Little drew from nascent cybernetics an image of the universe. He described cybernetic animals, complete with their anatomy, robots capable of imitating animal life even in digestion and the appearance of sleep. 6. He described and analyzed retroaction in the wake of the theoretical work of Claude Shannon and Norbert Wiener, simple or complex feedback as the principal secret of organic nature, as revealed by automatons. The models of an image of the universe that is formed in this way borrow from Descartes and Julien Offredi, Lamartrie, animal machines, Locke, the passivity of the mind, Condillac, the animated statue, Jacques, Loeb, tropisms, and Ivan Pavlov, conditioned reflexes. What is quite clear is that 18th century materialism, devoid of dialectic, makes a return here. A well-known passage from Condillac's Traité des Systèmes is not far from contemporary texts of the structuralist school. Condillac wrote here, to speak in an understandable manner, one's ideas must be conceived and put forward in the analytical order that decomposes and recomposes each thought. In fact, if I want to understand a machine, I shall decompose it in order to study each part separately. When I have an exact idea of each, and can put them back in the same order in which they were, I shall then perfectly conceive this machine, because I shall have decomposed and recomposed it. 7. If we add to this text the concepts of functional and structural, spelled out since Condillac's time, we have a very modern statement. Here is the summary of a lecture given in December 1963 to the Société Française de Cybernétique by its president, Louis Coufignol, an eminent scientist and the introducer of binary numeration into machines. Cybernetic thought holds itself out as a general method. It proclaims a balanced, harmonious, human future. It gives a promising and almost utopian image of this. From the cybernetic method of thinking, we shall retain the following characteristics. The primordial concern for efficiency, which presupposes the definition of aims and a total eclecticism in the choice of means. Analogical reasoning, generally realized by way of models. The analogy between a living being and a human society leads to the notions of economic and enterprise function, defined as a human society whose activity is aided by material means. This predominance of the human element over the material element leads us to discover the importance of professional skill, an enterprise structure made up of self-organizing units, informational circuits, and the role of the government of the enterprise and of administrative organisms. Analysis of the aims leads us to discover, right the way through, the role of the spirit of domination, undoubtedly bound up with the scarcity of the material goods necessary to human life. The advance of technology will make it possible, in a very short time, to suppress this scarcity. It will then be possible to assign to the whole of human economic activity the aim of assuring all people reasonable satisfactions. Professor François Perel has formulated a planetary economic policy of this kind, and an appropriate ethics. The cybernetics of enterprise functioning briefly described above offers a sure method for attaining this aim at the lowest costs. 8. From this declaration we note the political indifference of technocracy, capable of making use of all means, those of the left, as well as those of the right, those of both democracy and monopolistic capitalism, to arrive in power and keep the commandment. The image of the governing machine is therefore not just a theme of science fiction. 9. These machines would subject an already over-organized industrial society by way of institutions. They would group existing systems into a single system, the state, art, philosophy. They would consolidate structural equilibriums determined by operational demands, machines and technologies being clearly an integral and integrating part of these. With von Neumann's propositions having the force of theorems, teaching us that a complex, homeostatic, self-regulating system can control and even generate a more complex system, cybernetics transgresses an old philosophical presupposition, according to which the inferior cannot create the superior. The machine, now highly complex, tackles the problems of complexity, reserved up until now for philosophers. Does von Neumann's theorem not apply to the totality of machines, objects, products, human relations, the living body and knowledge, to the great automaton that will be born from the ensemble of mechanisms installed? What has been designed and built by technology can move of itself, reproduce earlier movements of life to thought and produce them in itself. Why then should mimesis not be the first and last operation of nature and thought, simulating pure spontaneity, until the day when the subjective illusion collapses and mimesis turns out to be truth? We can go still further. The automaton moves of itself and governs its movements. Are not automatism and autocorrelation and natural spontaneity basically identical to organization? If man has drawn from automation, from the general spontaneity that animates the universe, automatons or reduced models, minuscule duplicates of the automatic power of nature, then are we not on the road towards an automatic functional society? Frederick Pollock, in his book on automation, wrote, "An economic system could be maintained automatically in equilibrium thanks to the methods of feedback." As with any feedback, it would be a question of correcting oscillations while these are still minimal. This kind of automatism can only be effective if society has decided to put these formulas into practice. We can characterize the present situation by saying that machines can accomplish on the economic level almost everything of which man is capable, except purchasing the goods produced. 11. Black humor. This and perhaps unintended. Moreover, why not construct robots that would buy and consume products? In fact, we rediscover a familiar idea here. In unexpected form, there is always a residue that resists. Something irreducible. In this case, no more and no less than man as consumer. Pierre Navel, in developing the article cited above into a book, emphasized the spontaneity of the automaton and the fact that social man can enter the automatism of society while preserving natural spontaneity, in other words without noticing 12, or to put it differently, even with satisfaction, a satisfaction that it might be best not to disturb, particularly with the outdated theory of alienation. Philosophy defends itself against this attack. Poorly. For Raymond Dreyer, 13 information is the transmission to a conscious being of a meaning, a notion, by way of a more or less conventional message and a spatio-temporal pattern. M. Dreyer seeks to demonstrate that information and information technology depend on consciousness, presuppose it and do not challenge its metaphysical priority. There is only information, and thus an information machine, for and through consciousness. This philosopher seems to underestimate the importance and seriousness of the quantification of the qualitative, the measure of novelty. Where is this consciousness located? In the circuit of information. In this case, it is trapped. From the start, or at the end? 14. But then, what is the exact relationship of creative activity to its product, to its work? We know that this relationship no longer corresponds to the models proposed by classical philosophy, subject-object, artisan-work thing, value to something that bears or supports it. Not only can the dead take hold of the living, it may well be that the thing is no longer exactly dead or exactly alive in the strict sense, but intermediate and transitional between these poles, that it is animated, imitates the living and thinking, which in turn imitates it. Being in nature, becoming in action, would then be in no way given to man in apoiesis, nor even in praxis, but in mimesis. Truth would be discovered at the heart of appearance, in an unexpected fashion. Machines have taught men how far they proceed by disjunctions and dichotomies, binary oppositions, contrarieties, by yes and no in language and decisions. The machine reveals the truth of the structures of body and brain, of discourse, action and consciousness. Discovery of these structures in turn permits the unlimited perfecting of the machine. By imitating nature, it imitates man who forms part of this objective nature. Thus appearance and simulation, mimesis, would be at the same time real and bearers of truth. The appearance and imitation of thought and life would lead to the truth of life and thought. Man knows himself, recognizes himself, realizes himself in his work, his being other, the machine. The other being, his image, would also be himself. Information theory would contain a philosophical or quasi-philosophical conception of mimesis. Redundancy, the repetition of elements of the repertoire that is indispensable to all communication, makes for the intelligible form of the message. Information contrasts with redundancy, in the same way as surprise to the expected, diversity to repetition, disorder to established order, and the aleatory to the accomplished fact recorded in memory. Any message, simple or complex, any communication, would thus stand between the banality of the intelligible that repeats and is repeated, and absolute novelty, unintelligible simply by reason of its excessive novelty, yet well defined by the disorder, equiprobability, of signs used. With the message occupying intermediate place between overly strict order and excessive disorder, between rigid form and the unformed, The privileged domain of mimesis is determined between repetitive praxis that is necessary but insufficient, and the pure event. Mimesis is double. It reproduces an acquisition and aims at something inaccessible that it incompletely attains. The quality of information gained over the inaccessible that is too complex, chaotic and prolific, can be calculated. This makes it possible to quantify the complexity of any message, and even each new combination of distinct elements, objects, acts, atoms of meaning, etc. Quantification accompanies the transition from the unstructured to the structural. In the name of quality itself, it moves in a dialectic of quality from qualitative data to the quantitative system. That would be the structure of all information, in other words, every message. Information theory brings a concept of intelligibility. Redundancy, repetition of elements of the repertoire, always made up of distinct and discrete atoms of meaning, defines the intelligible. This definition has a very general scope, as it is possible to consider as a message, not only language and discourse, but no matter what interaction between two natural or social beings, and likewise as a consequence relations between two or more things as well as sense perception among human individuals and relationships between them by way of discourse, images and symbols, the mediation of objects, the communication of acts and situations. The generality of the theory is shown by the fact that the fundamental magnitudes and equations present a remarkable analogy with those of thermodynamics or the theory of equilibrium and exchange of energy. Knowledge as constructor of mechanisms and machines in the wake of operatory calculations, and subsequently basing itself on these mechanisms and machines, has unquestionably made possible immense strides forward. Cybernetics is a science in full growth. The long opposition of Marxist philosophers who viewed cybernetics as mechanistic and formal logic as idealist has been unable to halt this growth. It only brought ridicule on Marxist dogmatism and played a bad trick on science in the Soviet Union. In this orientation, we see the dawn of a worldview based on a linkage between structural linguistics, information and communications theory, and perception theory. 15 at a time when the use of the word structure is diversifying without always being made clear, when it is receiving ever new meanings, a new philosophy is also emerging, structuralism. Whether this actually is a philosophy we shall see. We would first like to distinguish between structuralism in practice and structuralism as ideology, that is, as philosophy. The specialist who dismantles and rebuilds a motor, who conceives it, repairs it or improves it, thinks structurally. He views each component part in terms of its form and its function. The set of parts is more for him than their mere juxtaposition or sum, it functions. Yet the motor breaks down analytically into these parts, each of which has its meaning in the whole that is built up from them. The parts is classified according to form or function, according to their differences and their relations of inclusion or exclusion. The technician who analyses and reconstructs functional systems is a structuralist in practice. Structuralism as ideology, however, tends to become a logic, a general method, an anthropology, even an ontology. It links up with all sectors of knowledge, and presents itself as the link between the human sciences and those of nature. It also links up with aesthetic creation, and sees itself as the link between the arts. In a brilliant article which appears like a manifesto of the young structuralist school, Roland Barthes elegantly sketches the difficulty. He presents structuralism as a style of activity, thought, life, rather than a philosophical doctrine. He speaks of structuralist activity. 16. What he says of it, however, immediately assumes a philosophical scope and tone. Structuralist activity is that of structural man, meaning contemporary man, modern, not passé. This structural man takes the real, dissects it, recomposes it. Yet he does not reproduce the real, he simulates it. Techn does not proceed according to poiesis, continuing physis, but according to mimesis. Structural man adds to the natural world a prefabricated world that does not copy nature, rather substituting for it intelligibility. This structural man is the man of technology and technicity, as technology is supposedly the essence of all creation. Structuralist activity is thus always bound up with a technology. It combines two fundamental operations, dissection into discrete units, atoms of meaning, and arrangement, agencement. Barthes thus defines at the same time the subject, man, the active intellect, the object, on the one hand the given real, on the other hand the constructed object, and their formal relations, analysis, technicality, disposition, simulation, intelligibility. Is he not proposing a methodology, an anthropology, a theory of the world which is freighted with meanings and forms, but can be simulated by technologies, in other words a philosophy? Unless it is simply a new mythology, bound up with the predominance of technology, it's autonomizing in relation to the world and human being. A philosophy of what? Implying what? Who is this structural man? What does he look like? That is our question. Even if it parodies a bit the thought of this new, structural man, we can say that he ostensibly prefers the prosthetic limb to the living one. Naturally, the prosthetic limb is useful and functional. It is incontestably more intelligible than the living limb, which it replaces for the injured person. It simulates this as well as possible. We cannot even rule out that it reveals some hidden structures. But can we not reply to our structural man that only the living limb has a meaning, that of life, despite not having the finished and dismantleable character of its artificial simulation? The living limb possessed this meaning before the construction of the simulacrum, as part of a living whole. Not only does it have functions and a form, it forms itself. It has a history, and refers to a history, that of the individual and that of the species. Could life and its history be reduced to an unintelligible and irrational residue left by the construction of simulacra? Still in a humorous mode, we can say that Roland Barthes introduces a cool style opposed to the hot style, tragic, bumpy, often impassioned, of dialectical thought, that of becoming. But is this new style really a style? Is it not something else, or quite simply an absence of style, a degree zero of style, which presents itself as a style? The conflict that has blown up between the structural and the historical dates from the beginnings of sociology. Starting from the thesis put forward by Saint Simon, that society constitutes an organic whole, Auguste Comte disassociated this whole and distinguished between social statics and social dynamics, placing priority on the former. For him, dynamics was subordinated to statics. This seeks the principles common to all societies, the laws of stable relations between the elements and the whole. Thus empiricism and positivism, from their beginnings, have not been content to observe given facts, accepting them uncritically, without a perspective of profound transformations, which would already be enough to mark this thought with a reactionary character. They set out above all to find invariances, definitive stabilities, conditions of equilibrium. They sought to reveal and formulate the laws of all societies, to make the society of their time conform to their laws, and to do so against history, What becomes of history in such a conception? A series of illusions, errors or oscillations around the terminal equilibrium, except perhaps when the history of mind and knowledge is presented. This attitude is expressed in Kant's famous attack on Napoleon, a man of history. By a curious internal contradiction, positivism was a philosophy, even a philosophy of history, directed against history and historical thought. This conflict, latent for more than a century, broke out when a society was established, contemporary American society, that did not have much history behind its actuality or its culture, and whose ideologists claimed to set up against the science of history a different science, empirical and quantitative sociology. A conflict of this kind also tended to break out because a society was heralded that claimed to have no other history than that of its technology, a society characterized in particular by cybernetics and automation, which has been given various names, none of which has particularly prevailed: industrial society, consumer society, affluent society, leisure society, mass society, technical society, etc. In these conditions, empiricism and positivism, reinforced by the use of new mathematical forms, believe they have carried the day. It is true that the conjuncture is favorable to them. Historical thought is uncertain, losing ground. Marxists, who should represent and deepen it, are lost in sterile philosophical controversies between proletarian and socialist, materialism and bourgeois idealism, if not between proletarian science and bourgeois science. They neglect the real theoretical questions. Historical thought is then caught between bourgeois ideology and Stalinist ideology, or its sequels. One side wants to liquidate history, or have it liquidated. The other side rewrites it for the purposes of propaganda, which has made no small contribution to a crisis of historical objectivity. If it is true that we are still in the age of worldviews, and that such philosophical Weltanschauungen are not superseded, whereas Marx proposed the superseding of classical philosophy by realizing it, in and through revolutionary praxis, why not a structuralist worldview? The occasion is all the more favorable, given that structuralist thought proves flexible enough to envisage superseding the antinomy between statics and dynamics. And it does so by drawing inspiration more or less faithfully from Marxism. This is what Gaston Gilles Granger attempts in distinguishing several forms of equilibrium and elaborating the notion of balanced growth or balanced accumulation. 17. The structuralist worldview would then be defined as follows: A. Structural or semantic reduction. The human being consists essentially of an analytical intellect. Man is above all a creator of forms and meanings. The rest, the content, is an irrational residue manifested only in the gaps and lacunae between forms, systems and structures. B. This intellect has an essentially classificatory and combinatory function. It breaks down ensembles into elements and reconstitutes them. It prevails over the invariances that it attains or constitutes. The capacity to combine arrangements and permutations simultaneously determines intellect and the intelligible, instrument and object. What does this reduction bracket out? A good deal. The concrete complexity of praxis, that of man and that of the world. Dialectics. Tragedy. Emotion and passion. The individual, certainly, and perhaps a large part of the social. And then history. All this falls into the residual, which has to bend itself to globalized technicality and disappear. The source and prototype of intelligibility is situated neither in individual consciousness, the classic Cartesian position, continued in existential philosophy by Sartre, nor in being, the classic metaphysical position, continued and transformed by Heidegger, nor again in praxis, the Marxist position. This source and prototype is situated in language. 18. The formal operation of the structuralist intellect is dichotomy. This separates, divides, classifies into genres and kinds, determines formal differences, paradigms, conjunctions and disjunctions, binary oppositions, questions that it answers by yes or a no. Leibniz already asserted, building on Lalzar's combinatoria, that the whole world, numbers and beings, arose from the opposition and combination of zero and unity. 19. We have to recognize that this conception has received powerful support. In terms of calculating and translation machines, built effectively on the binary principle, structural linguistics, developments in pure and applied logic with games theory, decision theory, operational research, information theory. The definition of the intellect by separation, differences and dichotomy seeks to be functional and operational, which indeed it is. It undoubtedly corresponds to the fundamental activity of technical thought. It thus links up with operationalism, a doctrine of efficacity, a praxeology. It enables nervous and cerebral activity to be presented as an activity of distinguishing, of choice, of oppositions, in particular that between form and base, and consequently to connect physiological with psychological research, particularly that of the Gestalt theorists. We know only too well, moreover, that the metaphysics of becoming, Hegelian and Marxist, or rather pseudo-Marxist, ended up forgetting that this becoming constitutes beings, and thus coherencies, provisional stabilities, precarious equilibriums, in a word, structures, before dissolving or breaking them. This chair, for example, will certainly not be around for all eternity. It will come to an end, worn out, broken up, burned. Becoming will carry it away, is already carrying it away. While waiting to disappear, it has 4 legs, a back, a surface for sitting, a structure and a function. It cannot tolerate certain modifications without ceasing to be a chair, without losing its structure and function. As a stable object, it has a name and a concept, it corresponds to a sign that signifies its concept. It pertains to discourse and logic, despite remaining a chair. No one can say both that it is and is not a chair, until the painful moment when it ceases to be a chair, even though something remains of its form in the deteriorated object. The same can be said of every object, every technological arrangement, and even the Earth, Sun and Solar System, not to mention each heavenly body wandering in space until destroyed by cosmic becoming. Does restoring these considerations, stability, equilibrium, coherence, into cosmic and human becoming involve a depreciation or elimination of this becoming? Is consideration of stabilities, of things, necessarily a symptom of reification? Must we remain with an evolutionism more or less complicated by the introduction of dialectical thought, contradictions, leaps, changes of quantity into quality? This is now our question. Paradoxes. Language, logos, discourse become prototypes of intelligibility and privileged sites of philosophical reflection. 20 At the moment when in social practice, around us, language dissolves, deteriorates, retreats to make way for the image. Language is fetishized at the same time as it is threatened. Communication, and reflection on communication, become fashionable at the very time that each conscious individual complains of the absence of genuine communication, of solitude, of the avalanche of pseudo-events. 21 By combining into a synthesis, or rather a syncretism, the functionalist and operationalist contentions, the new philosophy of structure offers itself, whether consciously or not, as the worldview of technocrats. It presents its candidacy for this disputed post, again whether consciously or not. It designates an extensive, perhaps unlimited, domain of manipulations of men, of language, of objects. It wants to construct a world, for us, or rather a simulacrum of a world. It is rather like what today's housing estates, simulacra that are the present-day products of technocracy, represent in relation to both historic towns and possible ones. This philosophy is not free of a certain risk, that of a cybernetizing of social man, oriented from within and controlled from without by machines on the basis of what is most essential, language. Is man treated in this way anything but a simulacrum of the human? Technocracy, today, needs an ideology that justifies it and makes possible the integration of the society that it seeks to construct. Now the mondialization of technology and the technocratic conception presupposes a reduction and even a liquidation of the historical, seen as dead weight, residue, more embarrassing than picturesque. With the reign of pure technicality and technocrats, with the cybernetizing of society, we would no longer have a future in this historical sense, a temporality in the customary sense. We would enter a kind of eternal present, probably very monotonous and boring, that of machines, combinations, arrangements and permutations of given elements. There would be no other events than the introduction of new technologies, which moreover could make great demands. Unless deviants, who would be pursued with barbaric cruelty, intervene to derail the system. Unless destruction and self-destruction one day put an end to this world. Historical thought, on the other hand, maintains that contents have as much importance and interest as forms, if not more. It says that forms and structures are made and unmade, dissolve or break up. It places on the same level, in time, the formation of structures, structuration, and their disappearance, destructuration. It shows, within structuration, the commencing dissolution or inevitable explosion. For it, the historic past is not reduced to a dead weight or a picturesque superfluity. Differences manifest themselves as they have always done within worldwide technology, due to the history of societies, groups, classes, peoples, nations. History continues. The seemingly irrational demands its integration, not into a philosophy or forms that reject it, but into a conception of man as a whole, in the absence of which it rebels. The theory of alienation denounces fetishisms, splits, mutilations of the total human being. It particularly denounces technological, technocratic alienation, recently promoted to the rank of major human alienation. And time? In the structuralist conception it disappears as becoming genesis and formation. It is reduced to the order of appearance of more or less probable combinations, with a lower limit in pure repetition and an upper limit in unpredictable combinations involving the most unusual elements. The notion of temporality disappears into that of entropy, measure of the degree of irreversibility, between the lower limit of the immutable and immobile order, absolute cold, and the upper limit, the frenetically disordered agitation of molecules. The aleatory enters into the calculation and is envisaged as such. Along with time, it is history that disappears in the world, or acquires a new aspect, opening onto a kind of technological temporality without history, or with its only history that of combinations between technological operations. Technological rationality, then, goes a long way. It challenges and undermines many theoretical and practical elements that seem to form part of the definition of man, whether considered as Faber, sapiens or ludens. It attacks time. This is far more than a matter of history considered as science of time, and heralds attacks on real, practical time and its mutation into technological time, if this is allowed. It is scarcely a caricature of technological and cybernetic rationality, a rationality that, as we see ever more clearly, defines itself as understanding rather than reason. To say that for it, nature or what passes for nature scarcely counts for anything. It is an obstacle. It should be got rid of, the time devoted to these functions reduced or even substitutes found for them. Vital and cosmic rhythms. They are a kind of enemy to pursue in favor of a linear time broken into well-defined atoms, semantons. Technological and structuralist thought is culturalist. Like culturalism, it deprecates nature. Like structuralism, it brackets it out. Nature is simply residual, and history likewise. Man's relationship with his work would no longer be problematic. Man would no longer be lost in his work, but would rediscover himself in it. He would go from the machine to self-encounter. No more alienation in work and being thither. On the contrary, knowledge and mastery are accomplished simultaneously, by way of mimesis. Philosophy comes to an end. It arose from an illusion about poiesis. Man sought to produce himself by thought alone, whereas it was in a different way and elsewhere that he encountered himself, in the works of labor, the tool becoming machine. And alienation? Inasmuch as we can still speak of it, it is found in philosophy, in ideology and in art, traditional, not combinatory and operatory, in the form of erroneous interpretations of productive activity. Marxism, inasmuch as it contributed something, overcomes itself. Dialectic falls, and bare materialism with an ascetic and misanthropic tendency, as denounced by Marx, returns to the surface. The discovery of technology, of the machine, of labor, opens up a new era, that of technology and machinery liberated from any obstacle, liberatory. Apostrophe technology is the very being of all creation. Structuralist activity, bound up with technicality, is defined by two operations, decomposition and arrangement. 22. If robots converge with men, and man recognizes himself in this mimetic image, the spontaneity of the automaton, this is because man was already a robot. He did not know this. He is learning it. The nervous system and other biological, physiological systems are self-regulating systems. The living body? A network of such systems, a complex homeostatic system of which Ashby's quadrupole offers a simplified model. The brain? A complex and imperfect machine for recording, combining, disjoining and arranging. Thought? A succession of yeses and nos, dichotomies. Action? A series of strategic decisions in a complex play with nature and other social groups. If society can subsist, it is because it contains self-regulating systems. It is because it is already a homeostatic system. In the new sciences of information and communications, the combinatory essence of the real, its fundamental structure, is discovered and recognized. As for nature, it does not even exist. It was also just illusion and myth. Still more, a residue. Mimesis turns out to be the essence of praxis. The appearances of appearance or of appearing fall away, those of poiesis, those of transcendence, of subjectivity and subjective freedom, of temporality and historicity, of nature as a whole. The robot is no threat to man, for the excellent reason that individual and social man is already a robot, and the threatening image of the robot is mere illusion. The figure of the monstrous and untamable golem, rebelling against the sorcerer's apprentice, would be simply a myth of the machine, and the myth of the robotic inhuman a myth of man. The two entities, automaton and human, meet up in a single category, the cybernanthrope. Marx's ideas on machinery are scattered throughout Capital, and the preparatory works towards this, but essentially in the second chapter of The Poverty of Philosophy. If there is a theory that overflows the competence of philosophy, it is that of the tool and the machine taken in praxis, in relations of production. As against Proudhon, the philosopher of poverty, Marx establishes first of all the practical and historical character of the division of labor. This was transformed from the 16th and 17th centuries on, particularly from the invention of machinery in the 18th century. It is unacceptable, therefore, to weigh as Proudhon does the advantages and inconveniences of the division of labor, its good and bad sides, on the basis of a general categorical definition. Machinery is no more an economic category than the ox that pulls a cart. Machinery is a productive force. The modern workshop, on the other hand, based on the use of machinery, is a social relation of production, a specifically economic category. Historically, it presupposes the market and the accumulation of capital. Marx clearly distinguishes between the technical division of labor and its social division. The technical division is constituted and commanded by the productive forces, instruments and machines and their utilization. The social division is grafted onto this technical division and adds something to it, for example an ideology, professional narrow-mindedness. It is determined by the entire existing society. The automaton reduces labor to a few gestures. So it is liberating. Machinery, as such, is not alienating. On the contrary, it is simply its social use in class society, its insertion into contradictory social relations, that makes it a means for enslaving labor. In itself, having become automatic, it can take over all labor. It unites the total labor that was technologically divided and fragmented. Nothing less, but nothing more. It does not assure the full development of the individual. It makes this possible. The need for development grows together with automatism. The problem, therefore, is not to stop technology, but to take it to its conclusion. Writing some time later, Marx did not go back on these predictions. Along with the power of the instruments of production, the role of material labor and human labor time has to change. As soon as labor in the direct form has ceased to be the great wellspring of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure. The surplus labor of the mass has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of the few, for the development of the general powers of the human head. With that, production based on exchange value breaks down. 23. It goes without saying that there were certain facts, events and conflicts that Marx could not see. How could he have supposed that the automatic machine would go so far as to imitate life and thought, and incorporate analytical understanding, though his ironic reflections on the internal automatism of the Hegelian system contain some shadowy presentiment of this? No more could he foresee the extraordinary situation of modernity, technology bringing abundance, and non-labor close and almost imminent for an almost unlimited number of human beings, and this proximity provoking the planetary drama of a transition in which no one knows what to do with millions and billions of these human beings, peasants, workers in ailing industries, bureaucrats and others. We rediscover here a familiar idea. For Marx, the revolution that with one bound crosses the gulf between blind necessity and the full freedom of rational man was to proceed and permit the liberation of technologies through their mastery. But history has not proceeded according to the envisaged pattern. It is richer in inventions and difficulties than Marx's dialectic proclaimed, and dialectical thought cannot dispense with the idea of an unlimited inventive wealth of history. Marx could not know, despite having proclaimed the process, that the law of uneven development would dominate a long transitional period. He could not know that the conflict between possible non-labor, the extension of leisure, and the demands of labor and indispensable accumulation would become one of the principal conflicts during this mutation. For the whole world, our planet, finds itself facing the necessity of a gigantic labor and colossal accumulation in order to realize the conditions of non-labor. How can hundreds of millions of peasants be absorbed, when the production that is urgently needed demands fewer and fewer productive personnel? How are tens of millions of workers to be transformed into non-proletarians? Peasants are virtually suppressed and the peasant problem becomes acute, all the more so in countries and regions that are less developed, and where the demands of accumulation are more urgent. The proletarian condition is virtually superseded, but nowhere is this virtuality realized. Abundance is possible, but the specter of hunger still stalks the planet. Leisure is close, and this closeness translates into an obstinate labor more oppressive and exploited than previously, to the point that all some countries in the course of development can do is manage their uneven development, guard against too great ambitions, reject the establishment of industries that are too advanced or too intense, that eliminate too many workers, and content themselves with backward means. In the course of his research, Marx had to abandon the theorization, originating in Hegel and Adam Smith, of labor as the sole foundation, sole root and sole meaning of human activity. Discovering the automatic machine, he also discovered non-labor, leisure, and the demand for leisure, starting with the reduction of the working day. He also had to abandon the idea of overcoming the division of labor within this division, by permitting each person to change their labor as they liked, to exercise in turn and freely this or that productive activity, this or that occupation. This project, still visible in the German ideology, disappeared before the full automatism of productive labor. From 1845 on, accordingly, Marx completely and definitively superseded the earlier communism with an artisan origin, ascetic communism. He conceived the socio-economic conditions for a radical transformation of society in their totality. And yet something of this still remains. If he eliminates liberation by way of change of occupation, he still imagines a future man who would choose and turn among creative activities that are determined and specialized, who would freely be painter, poet, sculptor, musician, philosopher. Freely in the sense of one day one thing, the next day another. Seeking to proclaim the concrete modalities of the future society, utopian despite his denials, Marx oscillated between this aesthetic view and the ethical view of a society constituted by the reciprocal free recognition of conscious beings. Did he completely escape the framework of the division of labor? No. Today machinery harshly reminds us of this, when it becomes machinery for making music, for painting, for art, and when ethical values collapse, reduced to the state of compromised ideologies. Much could be said on the pages that Marx wrote in the mid-19th century, both for and against. In recent decades, a good part of the research of industrial sociology has been devoted to commenting on them, refuting them, amending them, extending them. Let us say by way of summary that today they strike us as amazingly prospective, especially when reinstated in their context. The machine, for Marx, was no longer what it was for Hegel, an instrument, a tool or a set of tools. It is already the automaton that overcomes the division of labor, or permits this to be overcome. Did Marx grasp the essence of technology? Yes. Schematically, the automaton makes possible non-labor. We are now in this transition leading from the society of labor to the society of leisure. We are no longer, in 1965, in the society of labor, as some still believe, though we are not yet, as others claim, in the society of leisure. A difficult transition. A difficult mutation. The automaton has not yet made it possible to overcome the existence of working masses and classes. It demands from them ultimate efforts for the accumulation of enormous capitals and gigantic resources, for the construction of gigantic mechanisms. And yet, it is there. It functions. As a consequence, the number of manual workers is dwindling and will continue to do so. The number of technicians, white-collar employees, bureaucrats, increases. And yet the laborer is more exploited than ever, even if his material lot improves, more subordinated than ever, delivered to the demands of technological ensemble and automatic mechanisms, from the firm to the state. As for the bureaucrats, they are imprisoned in bureaucracy. The values of labor are in full crisis, those of non-labor are hard to discover. The automatic machine could well take over many things, all kinds of things, perhaps. The end point of this program will be the automaton that maintains and constructs other automatons. For the moment, neither technological specialization and fragmentary labor for human individuals nor the gestures of the machine are abolished. Would the unskilled worker be available for the full development of the individual? What he is available for in bourgeois society is rather prefabricated leisure, activities, cinema, organized holidays. It is not even certain that a polytechnic training could give him the development desired. This seems more appropriate for labor in the fully automatic factory, in continuous flux, but is not without its problems. The automaton has not yet taken over technically fragmented productive labor, still less the totality of this productive labor itself. The de-skilling of certain groups of workers continues, and their exploitation, despite being concealed by technical rationality, gets worse. Added to exploitation, meaning an increase in relative surplus value, are the control mechanisms at various levels, from the workshop and the firm to the state, and the remoteness from centers of decision. The possibility that Marx perceived comes onto the horizon. The transition is nonetheless terribly difficult. In order to think the new possibility, we perhaps have to go further and elsewhere than Marx. Already when we want to imagine a leisure society, we are stopped short by enigmas. Marx thought that every man would become a painter or poet, a musician or all of these. Even if we reject the theory of innate aptitudes, the predetermined genius or stupidity of individuals, and accept the unlimited plasticity of the human brain, we doubt today that a man could become equally painter, musician, poet and scholar. Because encyclopedic knowledge and total activity are needed? No. Because the abstract and the immediate are increasingly divided? Not only that. Because machinery and technology manufacture music and discourse and painting, automatically or nearly so, and we may very well imagine machines for listening to music or looking at paintings done by machines. The good programmer, with other gifts than those of the classical musician and painter, will perhaps shortly replace the latter. Because making paintings, abstract or figurative, or music, traditional or electronic, does not seem to us an aim capable of giving meaning to life, occupying it. Because we see the entire art of the past being consumed, rather than new works being produced. Because art will be overcome as a specialist activity. Like philosophy. Thus the evocation of human possibilities cannot arouse either euphoria or the ecstatic admiration that technocrats and official Marxists affect. Fortunately, it gives a certain frisson, and actively disturbs a thought too easily optimistic and too assured of itself when it does not fall into anguished passivity. If on the one hand we have the proclamation of a future man prey to robots, his own work, we also evoke by contrast the image of a free man, boundlessly free, too free. How should we depict his figure? Like Marx in his time, we reflect, by reflecting, conditions hard to overcome. Like Marx in his time? No. It is harder for us. Marx could attribute to the proletariat an immediate negativity, determining and determined, destructive and creative. We have to open up the possible by theoretical decisions. And yet, there is mediation only in superseding, in the movement that supersedes. We are accustomed to a humanity formed by labor, in labor, for labor. In case we forget this, official Marxism and the ideology of productivist socialism remind us of it. How are the man and woman of non-labor to be represented? The analytical understanding, to stick to Hegelian and Marxist terminology, the term understanding, or intelligence, imposes itself. For Hegel and Marx there is no analytical reason. Reason for them is dialectical, and dialectic is rational. The understanding separates and divides. As a lantern with the head of an ant, a luard, it meticulously illuminates, with an immediate aim. 24. It breaks connections, and in particular the unity of contradictions. It determines and fixes what it has determined. After having distinguished and enumerated, the understanding reconstitutes sums and series. These symbols differ from dialectical superseding as determination by the understanding differs from dialectical contradiction. It is the Cartesian method, with its philosophical implications, general theory of the act of thinking, proceeding from the simple to the complex. This analytical understanding has its own laws. As a rigorous and operatory form, it links up both with formal logic and with the laws and structures of discourse. From logical and algebraic operations, the understanding moves on to arrangements, permutations and combinations of elements that operators manipulate. It advances along this line with no limitation of complexity. On the basis of distinct and discrete units, atoms of reality and meaning, it grasps in symbols and forms. We come back here to a particularly difficult question. How and why was this analytical understanding born? What are the relations between its formal laws and dialectical reason? How does the dialectical movement traverse and take up in it the analytical determinations? The problem, left in suspense by Hegel, of the relationship between formal logic, in our definition, the general theory of stabilities, and dialectical reason, has constantly aggravated the difficulties of a philosophy reduced to varied reflections on questions of method. Marx skirted round this problem and bypassed it. Engels got bogged down in it, simultaneously asserting that the old philosophy handed down the legacy of formal logic across the ages, and that formal logic no longer had anything but a domestic use, trivial and everyday, in naming and discussing fixed objects. This problem recurs at the center of Sartre's difficulties in his critique of dialectical reason. he does not define either the domain or the level of logic, or the categories of understanding. No more does he manage to define the level and domain of dialectical reason. And this despite the fact that, for him, the practico-inert is inexplicitly logic, the domain of the understanding and stability, while the agitation of the for itself and consciousness is the becoming of dialectical reason, now defined as a function of acts of consciousness, which does not define it in a satisfactory manner, either in itself or in relation to the logic of stabilities. The chapter of Marx's Poverty of Philosophy mentioned above shows how, in praxis, a wide dialectical movement runs through the determinations of the understanding, fixed in things, tools and machines. 25 And this is of course without the human actors, inventors, organizers, laborers, being aware of it. These determinations are subordinated to those of the dialectical movement, carried away by them and becoming. What then is happening today? The machine, the automaton, does not only, virtually, take over productive labor and the division of labor. The automaton takes over the whole of analytical understanding. That is to say, the understanding becomes automatic. Technology has always been operatory, as long as there has been technology in the modern sense, which does not coincide with the ancient meaning of techn, Heidegger. Today, every operation becomes technology, and every technology sooner or later becomes machine. Machines calculate, reason, translate, discourse. With operational logic, with games theory and decision theory, the science of the understanding seeks also to be a praxeology, theory of operational and real action. 26 The understanding, therefore, does not only have an object, the world of stable objects, in which it operates effectively and acts practically. It constitutes itself as totality. Totalized, it objectivizes itself, over-determining the objectivity of objects and the world of objects. It forms a block. It detaches itself from man and the human being. Either it draws and fixes them in the hardness of this block, or they free themselves from it. We come to an alternative in praxis, which praxis has to resolve. Either man is essentially constituted by the analytical understanding, with its operatory modes, the concepts of structure and function. Technological thought then prevails over dialectical thought. Its effectiveness is discovered at the bottom of all praxis, at the bottom of history, which, moreover, once recognized, it abandons to the past. In this case the effective operation is defined as mimesis. Or, if you like, mimesis reciprocally defines the effectiveness of the technological operation. From the clay doll to the statue, from the hut made of branches to the analogical models that modern machines work with, mimesis has established and consolidated stabilities within the real. In the chaos of phenomena, between the established order and inaccessible disorder, it intervenes and constitutes the world. Technology and art have imitated nature and man as natural being, each with its own means. Those of technology are stronger. Technology, mingled initially with praxis and poiesis, or with the poetic illusion, frees itself and becomes predominant. It relegates the other aspects of praxis to illusion or shadow. Analogy and simulation penetrate the real and even establish it. Objective evidence, the new towns and estates, these simulacra of cities, perfect evidence for the disappearance of genuine inhabiting, in which people simply reside instead of inhabiting, in which the everyday presents itself in a clinically pure state. The theory of the real is founded on mimesis. Objectification is basically mimetic. Still more, physis appears as mimesis. Suppose nature imitates itself, repeating itself by spontaneously constructing increasingly ordered ensembles with elements that are initially in disorder, chaotic, dispersed and incoherent. Once certain conditions favorable to stability, which partly escape us, meet together and combine. Nature, as we already observed, disappears in the face of technology and technical thought. Let man then accept himself as automaton, integrate himself into the general automation, individual and social. Enlightened about himself by machinery and mimesis, he can cease to believe himself a creative and transcendent God. The summit of reification bears within it the end of reification, the end of the opposition between the thing and the non-thing, consent to the spontaneity of that which moves of itself, the automaton. Or in an alternative scenario, man frees himself from the automaton within him. He extracts himself from this and finally appears in his being. In the course of his history, man constitutes what we can call a block with a large part of himself, detaches it and places it externally so as to overcome it. Dialectical and poetical thoughts cease to be enclosed in technological structures, functions and operations. They finally shine with their brilliance. Praxis ceases to be the closed field in which obscure forces, now finally enlightened, struggle among themselves, mimesis, techn, physis, poiesis. Defined in its full scope by the automaton, repetitive praxis becomes the terrain from which creative praxis takes flight. In other words, a poiesis finally returned to itself. An enormous, gigantic reality has been established, consolidated, stabilized. It is made up of stabilities, taken to the point of self-correlation and self-regulation. Can this stable world serve as a springboard for advance towards a different world, which, however, will be nowhere but in this one? Which world? We do not yet know, but we do know that nature, or being, will form part of it. Let us return to the fate of philosophy, and the relationship between philosophy and mimesis. The problem of the relationship between logic and dialectic is resolved in praxis, whatever the side taken, in a praxis that verifies theory, and which this theory founds. Machinery, as product of the understanding, embodies it. Science, along with cybernetics, effectively becomes what Heidegger called a theory of the real, and even a theory of operatory, that is, effective praxis, praxeology. Perhaps it would be more exact to formulate the inverse of Heidegger's contention: the realization of man, by means of his analytical understanding, takes the form of a theory of the real that includes realizing or ordering praxis. As theoretical realization, modern science, considered with the gigantic technological mechanisms it has established across the planet, puts an end, in its own way, to the split between the representation and the real. It realizes the essence of representation. Does it not thereby suppress the philosophical need, as Hegel defines this, born from the gap between the real and representations? Would this science, accordingly, and the mimesis that it presses forward, be what supersedes philosophy? In philosophy, which is embourgeoise and withering away, the theory of knowledge has replaced ontology or the theory of being. It concerns itself with the supposed general forms of knowledge. Without taking account of the material at hand, or of the decoupage already effected on material and social nature, it arrogates itself the privilege of establishing the general conditions of knowing, conditions of possibility. Hegel strongly criticized, in the name of the philosophical, metaphysical, absolute, this way of posing the problem of knowledge on the basis of the separation between being and knowing. He established that this split pertains to the analytical understanding rather than to dialectical reason. Either all knowledge already contains the absolute, and there is no need for a distinct theory of knowledge, or else it is irredeemably separated from it, and philosophy loses the right to speak of either a metaphysical absolute or a finished knowledge. Despite the Hegelian critique, the neo-Kantian schools in France, Germany and England have taken up the theory. This speculative effort, ashamed of itself, has sealed the distancing of the object in decaying philosophy, its loss in the in itself, its volatilizing in empirical criticism, its drowning in intuition and the philosophy of the lived. The germ of this process was there in the theory of knowledge right from its start. It took as its object pure abstraction, form without content, concept and category in the pure state. The effort to grasp this inaccessible form could only lead to proclaiming the nothingness of conceptual thought, the destruction of categories, adherence to irrational neo-mysticism. Bourgeoisified philosophy proved incapable of using the concept of totality, including its enriching negations, the partial, open, broken totality. It proved equally incapable of overcoming the crisis of this concept by using that of worldwardness, mondiality. It would be derisory, however, to attribute this impotence to a weakness of the thinkers concerned, who never showed so much subtlety and refinement. And still more false to follow those who, accepting in philosophy the splits of the individual and the social and bourgeois society, maintain that the world is not totality but plurality. Philosophers, in this sense, have even agreed in voluntarily ceding their place to the specialized sciences of human reality, with their cleavages and their ruptures of level. With the real having become relative, metaphysics was dismissed, a good pretext to get rid of the philosophical problem, that is, the problem of philosophy, as well as radical critique based on the rehabilitation of the sensuous and the restitution of its richness, a critique whose philosophical name is materialist. The reason for the failure is something quite different from a weakness of thinkers. It lies in the situation of philosophy, decaying and skeptical in the context of bourgeois society, decaying and dogmatic in the context of socialist society. Its orientation towards knowledge was an illusory orientation that generated falsehood. Withering philosophy cannot manage to conduct itself critically towards its fundamental categories and presuppositions. It cannot free itself of fetishisms. It does not view the acquired culture as a moment to supersede, but views itself, not without reason, as an important element of this culture. The materialist theory of knowledge sought to stand from the start in an objective world. It left behind the implicit subjectivism or superficial objectivism of so-called bourgeois philosophers. It did not give itself the aim of a veiled deduction of categories, by starting from an unconscious acceptance of these very categories within a vast tautology. It accepted human knowledge just as it is, in its historical reality. It not only proposed to establish the validity of knowledge, but also to explain errors as both illusions and dialectical moments of truth. In particular, in this perspective, it would not have been bad to show the dialectical movement in modern thought and knowledge, from metaphysical immobilism, that freezes beings and categories to the conception of universal movement, and from this conception to research on relative stabilities, general problems of stability, and stability as a problem. Here a new cleavage intervened. On one path, materialism remained a philosophy, a system. Then it had to take up the theory of knowledge, starting from the thesis of a materiality posited and presupposed anterior to all knowledge, an insoluble problem. The dissociation of object and subject, being and knowing, made a paradoxical reappearance. Positing a being, or a matter, entirely external to knowledge led inevitably to ignoring knowledge as activity, grafting it onto being and matter as a double that is at the same time phantom-like and stuck in a place hard to locate, a reflection, which determines knowledge as imitation of being without for all that defining it clearly as such. On the other path, materialism was continued in the sense of Diderot and Marx, recovery of the sensuous as rich object of perception, critique of ideological abstraction. But then philosophy was transformed into radical critique of ideological mystifications, critique of everyday life, critique of the representations that men make of their lives, along with attempts to justify and systematize these representations. This radical critique had to show that, in societies divided into classes, representations undergo the effects of a tendential law of polarization that converges or diverges them from their content, according to class interests. In particular when human life is concerned, which the representations of praxis reduce to an abstract life, leading to the following result. As a result, man, the worker, only feels himself freely active in his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating, or at most in his dwelling and dressing up, etc., and in his human functions he no longer feels himself to be anything but an animal. What is animal becomes human, and what is human becomes animal. Certainly eating, drinking, procreating, etc., are also genuinely human functions. But taken abstractly, separated from the sphere of all other human activity and turned into sole and ultimate ends, they are animal functions. 27 Hegel's phenomenology already contained this striking theory of the abstract animal, man who, taking the abstraction and split of his activity, specialization, as reality and thing into which to absorb his consciousness in a seeming self-realization, becomes again animal, but an animal without spontaneous life, deprived of vital impulses and confined to the spiritual animal kingdom. 28a. Profound theory this, as much so as Marx's theory of the abstract object, commodity, money, that alienates and reifies activity. We glimpse in this the theory of theoretical realization. With the automaton, with theoretical realization, does knowledge remain in the air, without foundation, as philosophers fear in the absence of a theory of knowledge? Certainly not. The technological object guarantees its objectivity. It realizes this practically, in technological praxis. Classical Western philosophy, we will say, broke the connection between subject and object right from the start. This then had to be re-established, which was attempted on two levels, that of metaphysics, and that of theory of knowledge, the relationship between the two remaining ill-defined. Metaphysics did not succeed, as it borrowed its principles either from a hypostasis of the subject, the absolute I, the transcendental ego, of Fichte, Husserland, in his own way, Sartre's for itself, or a hypostasis of the object, substance, the in itself, matter. These hyperboles could not bring the separate terms into harmony, as they presupposed this separation. Nor did the theory of knowledge, gnoseology, or general methodology succeed any better. They shifted the problem, which became that of the relationship between the given and the constructed, the pure fact and scientific observation. Today, the problem has disappeared because it has been resolved in scientific practice. A certain methodological and theoretical notion has acquired growing importance, that of simulation. We already know this. We find it here better illuminated and in a wider perspective. The notion of simulation accompanies contemporary advances in microphysics, molecular chemistry, the construction of electronic machines, cybernetics. It is a very broad and powerful concept, susceptible moreover to a rigorous, axiomatized definition. 29 we presuppose an observer, external to an object, a given reality. This scientific observer differs from the witness, or judge, who, physicist or philosopher, or both at once, passively observed empirical facts or relationships. As active observer, he disposes of technologies and operations that enable him to apprehend the real, the object, as ensemble of phenomena, dimensions, perspectives. These means then enable the observer to construct an object that reproduces the initial object, initially posited as external and real. Constructive activity supersedes classical empiricism. This activity is not rational in the sense of classical relativism. It does something. It constructs not just concepts and representations, but the real. Effective realization plays the role of experience in the methodology accepted up to now. Simulation thus includes the reproduction of a set of phenomena by technological mechanisms, dispositives. These means may be crude, little metal balls, wires and threads, as in the oldest models of modern physics, or again painted paper, bits of wood. They may be refined, for example if the observer has several cameras available, or a perfected camera capable of grasping an object in the 4 dimensions of spacetime and projecting an image in relief. Simulation or reproduction acquires its greatest effectiveness when the means it has available grasp combinations and sets of elements, or distinct and discrete units, atoms of meaning, composition and arrangement. All reproduction or reconstruction is necessarily incomplete. In its way, it breaks the unity of the real that it reproduces. It varies it arbitrarily. It modifies and distorts its form, its gestalt. So it is never complete and total. However, its uncertainties and weaknesses are conceived and perceived only as a function of the reproduced object, and its distance in relation to the constructed analog. Each time a difference is noted, this observation makes it possible to refine the simulacrum. It is essential to note that reproduction must itself be able to reproduce itself. Iteration or repetition plays an essential role. It is this that furnishes the practical criterion of validity. If successive reproductions differ from the first, there is said to have been a mistake. Study of mistakes makes it possible to define and classify the types of mistake, and to correct them. In fact, since the initial object is posited as external, and by hypothesis inaccessible, it is in the course of successive iterations that the simulacrum is refined and converges with the model. Repetition, as distinct from relationship to the object, thus plays an analogous role to that of the experiment carried out in defined conditions in the laboratory according to classic methodology. Repetition verifies. Difference reveals. Mistakes are always fruitful, making possible changes in points of view and mechanisms. Simulation reconstructs and reconstitutes life and thought ever more closely. The automaton simulates these. The procedure of knowledge and action postulates objective processes in the reproduced real and a rational explanation of this real. And yet it does not claim to establish itself there and hold them. It targets them, by successive approximations in reproduction, by operations effectively accomplished on the basis of denumerable and measurable elements. The notions of simulacrum and simulation thus include both a critique and a transformation of the concepts classically accepted by philosophy and the theory of knowledge, the gnoseology and methodology established by philosophers. The simulacrum, whether functional or structural, is neither true nor false in the old sense of these terms. It is not even exact or inexact in the customary sense. It is more or less analogous to the object. It approaches it to a greater or lesser extent, and reconstitutes it more or less completely. It is useful to emphasize strongly that the simulacrum is itself an object, the product of a positive and imaginative act, Abraham Moles. In this sense, it overflows the concepts of analogy and resemblance, even though presupposing and enveloping these. It is a creation, but determined by an external model. The methodology of the model, thus defined, is modified, and this modification passes into the terminology. What is called model is not the simulacrum, but the object. The apparent and the real, the phenomenal and the objective, no longer have the relationships that they assumed in classical philosophy and theory of knowledge. They do not diverge, they converge. Being and appearing are not confused. They are not opposed. Appearing becomes the apparition of the real, existing without there being appearance in the classic sense of a phenomenon detachable from the object, deceptive or illusory. Appearance is conceived as effective simulation, and bit by bit approaches the object, the substantial existent. The true and the false are replaced by the possible and the impossible, the probable and the improbable. The possible does not offer itself as a third value, between the true and the false, or beyond them. It is possible to approach the object, indefinitely, by chance, by corrected trial and error. It is impossible to place oneself in the object. We say here that with the construction of simulacra and automatons, with theoretical realization, scientific knowledge abolishes the theory of knowledge by making it useless. It establishes itself in a domain that it contributes to defining, that of mimesis, a domain that we have already determined on the basis of machinery, which the concepts of simulacrum and simulation make more precise, and information theory, analysis of any message. In our view, these definitions converge. They fix the domain in question. They limit it. They do not yet say everything that it contains, everything that its contents mean. The automaton takes upon itself knowing, science, as theoretical realization. In its own way, it suppresses the split between object and subject, between knowing and being, between the real and the representation. Having become practical act and reality, knowledge no longer demands a distinct, philosophical theory. The automaton tends to capture and incorporate the totality of knowing and representations, thus freeing the human being from his objective part yet enabling him to draw support from this consolidation. He is himself the great automaton, the abstract animal in its full comprehension and full extension, fascinating parody of complete man, almost perfect simulacrum of the totality apprehended, experienced, reconstructed, reality and appearance unified. Is he not at the same time, in full synchronized, simultaneity, both realization and alienation? Which enables some people to say that he reconciles these, suppressing both as opposition and problem. And others, including us, to maintain that he drives the conflict to a paroxysm and heralds the great superseding. In both perspectives, the philosophical problem of knowledge disappears. For some, mimesis is knowledge in action, known and recognized, realized, thus dispensing with a problematic or a theoretical response to these problems. Even outside the automaton viewed as reality, structuralist, neo-positivism responds as we know to the problem of knowledge by abolishing it. It defines the subject, the object, and the form of their relations. Philosophy disappears in the face of, or within, this philosophy of structure. The theory of knowledge collapses in the face of a theoretical knowledge that claims to express the real process of knowledge and thus incorporate itself into the real. In the other perspective, that which we opt for, we know ever more clearly that it is neither a question of knowledge, nor of philosophical theory of knowledge, nor again of philosophy and problematic, in the philosophical sense. What the situation demands in fact are acts and decisions in praxis. Even if we term these acts and decisions poetic, for example the decision to transform everyday life, and the actions that might follow from this, it is only a question of praxis, and it is only a certain praxis that is put in question. We take our stand beyond the theory of knowledge and philosophy. And now, to continue this exploration of the field of mimesis, let us examine the famous problem of values. What is social consciousness in bourgeois society? We can leave aside here socialist society, politicized or depoliticized according to representations little known. Journalists say that it is public opinion. But no, moralists reply, public opinion is vulgar and uncertain and contradictory, manipulated by propaganda, bought and sold by advertising and the mass media. Opinion, from the time of Socrates and Plato, means the sum of representations that are false, because unreflected and limited. Only the highest culture deserves the name of consciousness. That is philosophy, the elaborated representation of the real world, such as it is in life, such as that is, true representation. It is exact that the representations of the world and those of life are different. They are different and separate, like science and will, knowledge and desire. There are those that deplore the fact that the will cannot stay the advance of science, the science that creates the automatic machine and chronic unemployment, space exploration and the atom bomb, that gives more power to the rich individuals and countries than to the poor individuals and peoples. The representation of the will would be unequal to the will, and the representation of human things inadequate to what these things are in reality. On the one hand, bourgeoisified thought recognizes that it no longer grasps things. It denies that consciousness reflects being. It is pragmatic. It says that consciousness is the condition of being, or the author of being, or the shadow of being. Which amounts to saying that the social consciousness of bourgeois society and the representation of life are something other than real life and real being. As against this, socialist thought claims to be a reflection of the real. This philosophy of reflection also leads to pragmatism, but political and social, rather than individual, commercial and marketing pragmatism is on the other side. To the extent that the idea of truth is abandoned, people cling to value. Agiology is separated from ontology, and for lack of the true maintains the good and the beautiful. Value insinuates itself into the fissure between real and representation. What is value? It is what is worth wanting. It is the valid aim of will as well. An object of value is an object that one wishes to possess. A value is the representation of what one wishes to be. The bourgeois is such as disassociated. This disassociation forms part of his being. He perceives himself as this or that, as individual, as man, as citizen, as paterfamilias, as boss or engineer, as aesthete, and so forth. Each as is differently valorized. The bourgeois expects unification from will and supreme value. Will? His own, or that of a hero, a leader? Will? Or the will to the second degree? The bourgeois individual will admit with a smile that his everyday life is on a low level. What do you want? Everyone has to earn a living. What do you want? You have to be a slave, serve the state, society, prosperity. What do you want? In order to live, you have to do things that you would rather not do. You would like to give your wallet to every beggar, but you realize this would be stupid. Life is hard, very hard. There are wife and children to feed, to educate, to establish. But does this mean you are simply an animal, a machine, a robot, someone or something that reproduces, for want of creating, and persists in this reproduction? No. The bourgeois does not believe himself such. To those who believe him so, who criticize his system, capitalism, and wish to overthrow it, he replies humble and proud, there are values. He possesses these values, masses of them. He creates and recreates them each day. When he can. Otherwise, everything would collapse. Previously, values were small in number, arranged in hierarchical order, sacred and consecrated. Today countless values have been created, invading even what seemed above all valuation, beauty, art, love. Invading them, shaking them and destroying them. For centuries, as gold, we picturesquely say gold, here instead of capital, this abstract thing broke down guild barriers and reduced peasants and artisans to the necessity of selling themselves. It proclaimed the value of liberty, and also of dignity. Replacing narrow and real liberties with liberty general and vague, abstractly available, money lodged the corpse of this liberty in the Museum of Values. Death spoke from its tomb. It spoke of the ideal. Regret changed into promise and hope. Crucified man made himself divine. Each time a fragment of life was broken by the great pirate crusade of gold, and annexed to its venal domain, value sprung up on its tomb. Value was the glorification of life by itself at the moment of death. Value was also the triumphal cry of gold proclaiming its victory. By paying homage to the beauty that he subjugated, the victor glorified himself for having made such a fine conquest. Each time the bourgeoisie, through its philosophers and literary men, proclaimed a new value, this signaled the end of that value in the real. When love is possible, love is not a value. Romanticism decreed the supreme value of love, which meant that love, increasingly rare, became dream, ideal, utopia, and that in reality every man was for sale and every woman could be bought. The bourgeois who bought women, the women who afforded husbands or lovers, consoled themselves because in the theater, in the novel, and today in the cinema, people died of love and honor was thus safe. 30 When André Malraux wrote about the human condition, it was because there no longer was a human condition. 31 When he proclaimed solitude and refusal, it was because there was no more solitude for the individual, caught in the mass of individual consumers, held by the throat in the demographic upsurge and the socialization of society, incapable of escaping, except in the dream offered the masses by a capitalist society that arouses this dream and assuages it in images. Solitude, this final pride, this final dignity, vanished. In modern cities or in the explosion of these cities and the housing estates that are their ghost, people have lost both solitude and social life. They find both promiscuity and the privation of private life. The individual has survived as value, as abstract individual, the period when there still was the possibility of individual enterprise. Individualism presides over mass society, over organized society, as a value. When philosophy, Heidegger in Sinn und Zeit, then existentialism, started speaking of authenticity, there no longer was authenticity, except perhaps in the will for nothingness and rejection. Values. The world of values. The philosophy of values. Hagiology as opposed to ontology. It was in this form that the bourgeoisie became conscious of its life, sought to impose this consciousness and still does seek to. In bourgeois society, consciousness reflects life, despite the denials of philosophy. It reflects it because it does not create it. Consciousness is outside of poetry, and poetry is only a small sector of consciousness, a specialization in the use of verbal material, that is, language as material. The sum of economic, political, moral, spiritual values, private and personal, is what constitutes bourgeois social consciousness, even in the present period when competitive capitalism has disappeared. Mystified consciousness, but consciousness all the same. An inverted, broken, mutilated reflection. Consciousness, and thus meaning of what no longer has meaning. Life is no longer unique, and no longer tends towards totality. It has been broken into 1,000 contradictory values. As supreme expression of alienation and fetishism, life has 1,000 meanings. One can choose freely. It has 1,000 meanings, but it no longer has meaning. And this is the point of departure for philosophical discourse on meaning and signification. Unicity is broken in the prism of fetishisms, and fragmented into 1,000 specialized reflections. For this life to be understood, it has long been necessary for the mirror of value to be broken. The path taken by alienation and disalienation has to be reconstructed, following Marx in the 1844 manuscripts. The life that lies beneath each value has to be rediscovered, a life opposed to this value, the culture of values becoming the other pole. In the course of this complex process, alienation and disalienation, the problem of values arises. It is transformed, with each value becoming problematic. It becomes a reflection on values, a reflection more or less critical and apologetic. It is then that the philosopher takes over. As long as values impose themselves, they are unconscious or pre-conscious. When they pass into language and consciousness, they are already dissolving. It is the beginning of their end. The specifically philosophical problematic always lies between the two, apogee and dissolution, reflection, discourse on discourse. The problem of values is then formulated as a problem of the value of values. This expression can be taken in two senses, general value of values, or supreme value among values. As regards value in the general sense, there no longer is one that spontaneously imposes or insinuates itself. Art, for example, is valorized at the moment when it is externalized in relation to everyday life and no longer intervenes. It was, and still is, art for art's sake, a second-degree assertion that envelops a second-degree alienation, in the wake of which art in the traditional sense collapses, undergoing a radical mutation that gives it notice to disappear in the face of the machine as producer of art, music, painting, etc., or else serving the transformation of everyday life in an entirely new way. As regards the supreme value, is this not technology itself? This is the end of values, except those supported by institutionalization or displayed by an ideology that is equally devalorized. The path of alienation and disalienation has long since needed to be remade. But this critique, radical as it set out to be, was still philosophical despite itself. And this is where the great automaton is born. The abstract animal concretizes itself. It rises and grows. Irony and derision. It denies all values, threatens them in action. It supplants them. It is itself the superior value, technology, preeminent and, seemingly, final human work. It fascinates. It dominates social consciousness and incorporates itself into this. Like the grand automaton itself, its ideology, structuralism, also destroys values. What does the structural reduction bracket out? Emotion and passion, along with dialectic. Everything passes into the residual that is itself supposed to disappear into worlded technicality. Everything, values and supports of values, appearance and reality, drama and melodrama. Spilled out by the mass media, values lose prestige and force in favor of images. Art, massively consumed, is devalorized by acquiring a value that is not just aesthetic but social, political and commercial. The world of values erodes on all sides and collapses. Philosophy and philosophical critique no longer have a rationale. We can let the automaton act. It will get through the tasks that a still philosophical or overly philosophical critique proposes without accounting for them. Value asserts itself as pure value, without base or foundation. Value is value. And so value dissolves into pleonasm, tautology, a robotic halo. Gold is relegated to second place in the hierarchy of great fetishes, but the new great fetish no longer directly arouses a fetishism. It recreates human beings in its image and renders them similar to itself, this being strictly speaking neither thing nor consciousness, but ambiguous. The automaton combines in itself spontaneity and constraint, self-movement and self-correlation. It establishes these simultaneously around it. The pleonasm, its halo, the fact that it is what it is and does not refer to anything else, as the thing does to consciousness and consciousness to the thing, is not seen by anyone for what it is. Caught in the mimesis that they have borne to first place, people can enter it with satisfaction. Art is art. Value is value. The state is the state. Signals are signals, behaviors are behaviors. And so on. The automaton thus reconciles in itself master and slave. Does it not force us to choose between a new slavery and a new freedom, between the new poverty and the new wealth? If it tends towards the greatest alienation by erasing consciousness of alienation, controlling even consciousness of alienation so long as this persists, the new consciousness will only be the more ardent, the more explosive. Having thus determined the scope of mimesis and the importance of its concept, with implications that we are far from having exhausted, we shall now turn back. As Marx did, starting from the concept of social labor, elaborated by 18th century thought, we shall retrospectively illuminate the past of human development and its contradictions by starting from mimesis. In this way we shall add some features, nothing more, to the sketch of total history already proposed. Formerly, when styles reigned, before cultures, or culture, there were only few objects, few activities, few situations. And yet these were diverse. They formed part of very different systems, clothing, diet, furniture. These systems changed from one locality, region or nationality to another. What is happening in the era we are in now, where a monotonous and disjointed everyday has established itself as the generalized way of life? there are ever more objects, more activities, more situations. Quantitative growth is accompanied by an increased diversity. And yet old diversities have fallen away. The old systems have disappeared, having become folkloric and anecdotal. Technologies have imposed themselves that are similar to the point of identity, similar cars on similar motorways throughout the world, similar planes at similar airports. And then, masculinization of women, feminization of males, infantilization of adults, precociousness of youth, and so forth. All these phenomena we shall examine under the sign of mimesis. A dual process pervades the modern world, complexification and homogenization. It is not easy, moreover, to see the relationship between these two aspects. Some people see only complexification and hymn the diversity of modernism. Others see only homogenization and fall into nostalgia for the past, for dead significations, into folkloric romanticism. We have to grasp the unity of the dual process, and perhaps the conflicts inherent to it. Complexification dissimulates homogenization, that is, mimesis. And yet it is not inconceivable that qualitative complexification may one day prevail over the reign of the homogeneous, within which diversity is only apparent. At the dawn of our civilization, if we credit Huizinga, poiesis was a ludic function. 32 It stood in a ludic space, its own universe where things were connected by different ties than those of logic. Ancient civilization is now being understood anew in the light of this fundamental unit of poetry, esoteric doctrine, wisdom and ritual. 33 Primitive poiesis was both entertainment, social game, know-how, enigma and solution to enigma, the teaching of wisdom, persuasion, sorcery, divination, prophecy and competition, thus challenge. It is in this sense that the Greek poets, before literate poetry reserved for the literary public, exercised a social function, and philosophers were not distinguished from poets and musicians. 34 At that time, play, knowledge, religious, cosmology, poetry and political activity were not separated from one another. The men in their assembly, citizens, reproduced in play the heroic and creative acts of the founders, gods and demigods inscribed in the practical memory of foundations, legend and creative activity being undifferentiable. The action that was played and sacred was more than the realization of an appearance, the performance of a fiction, the concretization of a symbol. Its participants believed that the action brought into play a higher order of things. And yet the participant realization kept the formal characteristics of a game. It was played, staged within the limits of a circumscribed space, like a festival, which means joy and freedom. A universe of its own, of temporary value, was marked out for its purpose. And yet, its action did not stop being exerted after the game was finished. It projected its splendor out onto the ordinary world, preparing security, order and prosperity for the group that had celebrated the festival. 35 In this way, mimesis was not yet distinguished from poiesis, at least in Greece. Mimesis reproduced the creative act, that of the real or supposed foundation. It became in its turn creator of gatherings, works of art, thought and poetry in the narrower sense of the word. How did man, his reason or his understanding, we do not yet know, invent the wheel? Certain civilizations are marked by its absence, this being as little explained as its discovery, increasing the enigma. Certainly, we may think that the populations of sub-Saharan Africa who lacked the wheel had no need for it. Portage in the forests was more useful to them than carts, although some of them, settled and using fire to clear patches for cultivation, could have done with wheeled vehicles. But the Aztecs? Their ignorance of the wheel may be explained by their origins, oarsmen on the Mexico Lake, warriors making war into a ritual. Besides, they lacked draft animals. Finally, they were ignorant of anything of the nature of abstraction or hypothesis, money for example. And yet the absence of the wheel is remarkable, particularly as they interpreted magically and mystically the heavenly movements and cosmic rhythms, remarkably represented as such. We cannot prevent ourselves from saying that technological and practical causes are not enough to explain the absence of the wheel. Perhaps they worshipped the sun too much, its circular form and movement, to dare to inscribe it in a material object, palpable, tangible, usable. They did not profane the sacred and accursed form, that of higher powers that were favorable or threatening. The forms of the city, from its birth to its explosion in the modern world, are reducible to two: the circular, radial concentric form and the grid form, square or rectangle divided like a chessboard. From the beginning, settlements and agglomerations took one or other of these forms. The circular form seems more spontaneous, for cities growing naturally around a fortified place, citadel, area, castle, crossroads, bridge, and so forth. It would be inexact, all the same, to maintain that the grid form followed the radial concentric form as the reflected follows the spontaneous. On the contrary, the grid form seems older than the circular. Contrary to what one might believe, it preceded rational thought. Belatedly, the grid system proved practical, simple and useful for the construction of camps, new towns, colonies. Reflecting thought imitated. The grid pattern was adopted by the analytical understanding, for rational reasons. And yet there is room to believe that it goes back to the origins of cities arising from a foundation. This form offers human constructions to the rays of the sun. It is oriented towards the rising sun at the solstice, towards the place where a planet rises. A correspondence has been observed between the chessboard form and the strict orientation of the megalithic ensembles, at Karnak, for example. 36 Rather than just a form of the city, the founders seem to have grasped an imago mundi and projected it onto the ground, terrain. The circular city imitates the world, the sun, the moon, circular movement, stars and planets, the successive spheres. The grid city offers itself to the rays of the sun, which cut through its center at the favored and sacred moment of the solstice. There is no doubt that the inventors of the wheel imitated the sun and its supposed movement. Before or after this invention, they constructed circular cities after the model of the wheel. The primitive network of roads, paths and tracks around the agglomeration fixes and imitates the tree. The roads around the city imitate the spokes of the wheel, which imitate the rays of the sun. The city itself appears at the center of the world, its navel. At the center of the circular city, as the hub at the center of the wheel, rise the temple and the palace, seen as the pivots of the world. The wheel, that of the cart, that of space, represented and appropriated in the city, was, it seems, the practical origin of the circle thought by reflection, as the practical grid marking of countryside and towns into a chessboard lay at the origin of the square and rectangle as formally, geometrically, defined. The wheel is thus found, not without multiple mediations, at the birth of both a number of material machines and the circularity of abstract systems. 37 The wheel of carts for transport and chariots for war, the wheel of torture, the wheel of time and eternal recurrence, the sphere of space and thought, the harmony of the world, the figure of perfection and thought for Parmenides. And likewise with the infernal circles of sorcery, accursed spheres, vicious circles. the wheel opened and determined a long period. It was as revolutionary as carved stone or Promethean fire. It defined a mimesis whose consequences are still not exhausted, in which the primordial symbol governs actions or series of actions that resemble it. Disjunction bound up with formal logic, discourse and structures of discourse, halts or sudden changes in material movements, today acquires a growing function in fact and thought, determining another form of mimesis. Plato has preserved for us the traces of this primitive history in which mimesis and poiesis are mingled before being distinguished in terms of the particular sciences. Cosmogony, religion and technology were not yet differentiated. Among the various kinds of movement, philosophy discerned that of the wheel as a privileged one. 38 In rotation, this movement is propagated, amplified, multiplied from the starting point of the immobile center, and yet the movable form is maintained without alteration, whereas translation distorts. The movement of the wheel symbolizes the movement of the soul and its relationship with the body. Still more, the soul of the world sustains and animates the world, as the hub holds together and moves the wheel as a whole. It leads the round of all things, all states, from the sun to the moon and sublunary, earthly, creations. All movements of the cosmos imitate, closely or not, the soul of the world, more or less capable of its central and fundamental perfection. All that there is in the heavens, on earth and in the sea, the soul leads them by way of these movements that are its own. These immobile movements are first causes. The peripheral movements, those of the bodies, are both effects and secondary causes. We know, according to the Timaeus, that the demiurge organizes the cosmos by contemplating and imitating the intelligible. The ideas provide the eternal model that he reproduces by shaping the imperfect mass of the sensuous, temporal and perishable. The demiurge is in a position of mediation. Derived actions, and words that are not primary and creative, are also mediated and mediating. Apostrophe all that is said by any of us can only be by imitation, declares Krishnas at the start of the dialogue, or rather the long monologue, that bears his name. 39 The text describes the ideal city, that of Atlanteans. According to Plato, this city reproduced the imago mundi by the action of the gods and divine men. It even reproduced two imagines mundi, circular and rectangular, juxtaposing them on the island of Atlantis. Plato admirably defines, under the name of metexis, participation, the original mimesis as we have conceived it, with two aspects, one facing an inaccessible aim that it seeks to grasp and incorporate, embodying it in a sensuous work, the other facing what is repeated and escapes into disorder, the chaotic and unformed. It is therefore a mediation, a participation that does not copy in the fashion of the potter when he reproduces a vase placed before and outside of him. It is an active and creative participation, despite Aristotle's debatable remark in the second book of the Metaphysics 40 that contrasts the Platonic metexis with Pythagorean mimesis. According to him, only the Pythagoreans believed that things and ideas imitate higher essences, the numbers. But this is not the sense in which we have conceived mimesis metexis. Aristotle was no longer able to grasp the full profundity of the Platonic concept. The times had changed. Foundations and founders, myths, were now more remote. The predominance of logos in the praxis of the city, and action over men, pragmata and the pragmatic, in a word, business, acquired ever greater importance, to the detriment of poiesis, creative action on things, reduced to the products of artisans and slaves. Aristotle similarly restricted poiesis and mimesis to modalities of discourse. Poetry was simply something spoken. The poet, like any artist, imitates an object of nature or a human action. As regards man, the poet imitates customs and characters, and what is permanent in him. The two verbs, poiein and mimesthai, thus sum up artistic activity, framed by nature and praxis, and limited by them. Poiesis and mimesis are defined in this way, but are separated, restricted and demeaned. 41. Systematic philosophy does not understand them. It reduces them to the level of logos and pragmata, associated with the practical and political life of the city, disassociated from foundations and fundamentals. For Aristotle, mimesis has become a literary activity, a psychological and discursive function, imitation. The great images of the soul of the world, the celestial spheres, the earth and the harmonies, have almost disappeared. Symbols dissolve, making way for signs, for verbal and written discourse. It goes without saying that the historian can continue indefinitely to excavate the foundations of the Greek and Roman city. He perceives a historical process, whose study he can deepen by going back to its origins, or following its results. He will never come up against a barrier. No unknown power or occult force, mystical, theological, philosophical, will ever tell him, "Here, historian, you must stop. You will not go further." Here was the place of invention, creation. And yet, however far he goes back, however deep he penetrates, the historian will discover a form whose future no one in these distant times could divine. We have already remarked on this, and will further emphasize it here. The historian may attribute the thing, invention, creation, discovery, to chance, determinism or will. It matters little. What is interesting for us is what had to come about. This necessity supersedes the event. The possible overspills actuality, and still more the past. Who knew at the time of their birth, who could know, what would become of the Greek city and the agora, of the Roman city with its pomerium and its forum? Without giving a magical mystery resonance to this term, we have spoken, and will speak further, of a poiesis, a creation half blind and half conscious. According to Pierre Lefebvre, the Roman city derived from the Etruscans, and via them from the Oriental city, essentially consisted of a sacred precinct, with gates that were likewise sacred. The foundation of the city was a voluntary act. Etruria did not have spontaneous settlements, which is explained when we understand that the Etruscans were conquerors who arrived from Asia Minor. The city and its foundation resulted from a religious system. When the site had been chosen, the founders, after taking the auspices, traced the contours of the city with a bronze plow, drawn by a pair of animals, male and female, a white bull and cow. The plow had to spill soil inwards. The furrow was interrupted for the placing for gates, where the founder raised the plowshare with his hands. The pomerium, pon muros, was the space that the Etruscans, when they built a city, reserved on either side of the furrow of the precinct, where it was in principle forbidden to build. The pomerium represented the religious boundary of the city. The sacred obligation coincided with technical and military requirements, to maintain a zone free of cultivation and construction in the vicinity of the walls. The foundation of the Etruscan city was accompanied by sacrifices in honor of the gods of Hades, sacrifices that included establishing them in dues. Bloody libations were poured and victims burned. The first fruits were laid down as offerings. The pomerium was only opened 3 times a year. In sum, the Etruscan and Roman city implied a precinct not to be crossed, with the prohibition lifted for the gates. the pomerium, a forbidden space, the mendeus, a sacred site, heart point and figure of the celestial vault, a summary of the world, the area, preeminence or citadel, a site inviolable because favorable to defense, and a site of meeting, the forum, likewise the object of prohibitions, particularly concerning the bearing of weapons. This city was well and truly a microcosm, characterized above all by prohibitions and sacralizations that were minutely ritualized and bound up with practical acts. The Italic, Etruscan and Roman city founded by ritual, ritu, seems to have been initially circular, with 3 streets, 3 temples, 3 gates, the number 3 being sacred and structural for this ritual foundation. Only later came the rectangular Roman city, with 4 regions determined by the intersection of 2 main roads, the Cardo and the Deciumanus, drawn from north to south and from east to west with the help of a geodesic instrument, gramma, that made it possible to point at the sun. We emphasize here the circularity of the earliest Italic city and its consequences. The magic circle is above all the object of prohibitions. It is certainly not sufficient to explain the military and conquering temperament of the Romans by this constitution of their city. We may accept that it played a certain role, especially in the birth of their state and legal conceptions. Right from the start, power and property acquired a magical sense. The urban territory was the space in which the aruspices would examine the entrails of victims and influence the decisions of the magistrates, where magistrates with defined and limited powers could consult the aruspices, where neither foreign gods nor armed soldiers could penetrate, where it was forbidden to sully life by death. This was the native context of a state with a conception of law. We could say that the space of the pomerium and what it contained, including the forum, was severely closed, but that time opened up unlimited possibilities for action, conquest, organization. Hence the importance of auguries. The Greek agora, on the other hand, was an open space, welcoming but determining a limited time for the assembly of free citizens who gathered there. This a posteriori interpretation arises from the fact that we know the consequence of this advent. Sacralization and solemnization had immediate meanings and more distant significations common to all foundations, particularly the Etrusco-Roman. With the latter, they accompanied inauguration, the preparation by the augurs of the sacred perimeter, demarcation of the placing of gates and the day when the precinct would be traced, and so forth. By the solemnization of these moments, the decisions of the authorities became accepted and recognized facts, irrevocably adopted by the popular community. These founding decisions passed into praxis. The people confirmed the choice of the site and the wager on the future, thus they accepted the risk. By accepting the consequences of the inaugural act, those present committed themselves and their posterity to perpetuate the enterprise, to safeguard the nascent city. Sacralization changed the territory into the exclusive possession of the group, represented by the priests, and by civil and military leaders. It proclaimed the privative appropriation of the land, that is, the exclusion of foreigners, the rights of the participating citizens, the future of tensions and conquests. Sacralization and malediction thus have a function in connection with the birth of a city. We can say that they express and signify poiesis, by their transposition into a social language, words, gestures, ritual forms, after which the social language permits imitation, mimesis. At the beginning, practical action bears within it expression and meaning. The emotion of the sacred signifies this inherence of meaning. Later on, sacralization and malediction degenerate into official performance, cortèges and processions, aesthetic forms and political and ideological uses, such as legends, folklore, etc., leading on to pure and simple comedies and parodies in which no one any longer believes. Foundation and risks, acceptance and commitment, are remote. In antiquity, it took centuries for this split to be completed. Then the expression disappeared and the meaning of the gestures and acts performed fell away. Mimesis follows poiesis, but separates from it only slowly. Poiesis is characterized by the primordial unity of the elements that disassociate: technicality, world image, action on things and on the group, presence of the people, decision of the leaders, solemnity. It gives way to a gestural compromise, that is, one lived in a certain practice, between ritual and technical demand, between the mysterious power attributed to the founding decisions and practical cleverness, itself double, about things and men. Jerome Carcopino, an excellent scholar of Roman antiquity, recalls in his book La Vie Quotidienne et Grave Rome the ceremonial of foundation and its meaning. The sacred orbit thus described in anticipation of the fortifications and walls to come, formed the abbreviated ground plan, the prophetic image of the future city. From the pomerium the herbs derived its name, its original definition, and its supernatural protection. Although it preserved its religious character and continued to protect the citizens by remaining close to gatherings of the legions, by classic times it had ceased to form the limit of the city. 42 It had become symbolic. Carcopino shows the magical, sacred, accursed function of the circle, and the formation of the symbolism on the basis of initial reality as well as its religious interpretation. Further on, in this highly suggestive book, a relationship is brought to light between town, habitation and clothing. The Roman toga, from a word cognate with toger, to cover, was the segment of a circle of white wool 2.72 meters in diameter. Its roundness distinguished the toga from all the varieties of clothing derived from the Hellenic himation. The Greeks expressed in their manner of dress their predilection for rectilinear architecture. They left in the piece of cloth in which they draped themselves the straight edges and sharp angles that it had on the loom. The Greeks, Carcopino continues, citing Lay and Husey, drew admirable effects from these elementary forms, which pleased the simplicity of their taste and the cleanness of their minds. We may say in passing that the reader will not understand why the circular form is less simple and less clean than the square or rectangular form. The difference is elsewhere, in the context. The circle is closed in space and open to time. The rectilinear grid is open in space and closed to time. At all events, the Etruscans, followed by the Romans, who early on brought the arch into their system of construction, and who liked to raise their temples on a circular plan, likewise rounded the angles of their clothing. 43 This suggests an initial form, then its echo and repercussion in all familiar domains. There is no repetition. There is no imitation in the strict sense. Invention takes place in all domains: architecture, clothing, perhaps the diverse objects of everyday life, with the mind's eye fixed on the dominant and primordial form. These indications could and should be confirmed by detailed archaeological and historical studies. They still fail to explain to us in a satisfactory fashion the difference between the agora and the forum, between the Greek city and the Roman. Likewise the conditions in which the great forms of logic and law resulted from them. They simply put us on the right path. They show us a mimesis, created and yet creative, flowing and deriving from a poiesis. The gods of ancient Olympus were in no way allegorical. On the one hand, they were attached to a location, terroir. They depended on local cults. The most important were worshipped in many places, but never became completely detached from particular sites and definite events, rituals. On the other hand, they denoted human powers, love, courage, technical skill, aptitude for material or intellectual exchange, and so forth. They could thus preside over activities. They inspired works. Invocations and evocations were not reducible to words. Even having become symbolic, when written discourse and signs came to prevail, these divine figures and the specific sites that held them, sky, earth, sea, sex, Athens, Cyprus, Delphi, Olympus, Delos, lived on in the language of the Greeks. They influenced time and space, objects, acts, situations. Antique mythology re-established the unity between man and nature that had been disassociated by the city, by abstraction, by the use of signs and numbers. It played the role of a living and lived mediation, both fantastic and practical, images and activities themselves both natural and social. It was thus far more than a system of significations or a combination of significant elements. It was a style of life, political and religious at the same time, with specifically pagan features. Hence the creative power of this mythology, far above that of ideological illusion that might include beliefs, far above the magical illusion of taming nature by the use of divine names and gestures. Greek art presupposes Greek mythology, that is nature and the social forms already reworked in an unconsciously artistic way by the popular imagination, Marx. 44 Antique mythology gives us an admirable example of spontaneous poiesis, initial and primordial creation, in itself unconscious, followed by a mimesis that is itself living, creative, reflecting and extending the poiesis from which it derives. On many occasions, we have employed the expression social language. Does this forget that all language is social? No. By the added adjective, we mean to emphasize certain points in real language, real society, in praxis. This social language differs from soliloquy, and likewise from pure discourse, logic, and literary language. It is acted and lived as well as spoken. Gestures support it and comment on words. With partners who enter into a relationship, these gestures are often regulated on both sides, even ritualized. Context even becomes custom, for example the advocate's robe, the priest's surplice, etc. Social language is both mimicry and mimetic. We may assume that the ritual gestures go back to the most distant archaisms, and that ethnologists can follow their desacralization. Ritual gestures and words, it seems, were deemed to act on nature by way of a kind of supernature made up of occult forces and qualities. Reciprocally, an effective action on this supernature was obtained and sought by way of real or fictitious action on nature, first of all by way of gestures and phrases. The ambiguity of the sacred and the accursed serves as a starting point. A multiple ambiguity, the sacred and the biological, have a primordial and obscure relation. Effectiveness is sought by way of a succession of words and gestures that are linked, isolable, repeatable, both ambiguous and rigorous. Ambiguous in sense and rigorous in form. In this way of formalism is dined, within the confusion, sacred accursed, nature supernature, and even a totality, economic, social, ethical, etc. It seems that the gestures best linked and founded, the best rhythmed, separate out from the others and constitute the best and purest form. They are thereby profaned by their own action. Paradoxically, this formalized and ritualized convention determines a natural that stands between raw nature and awkward facticity. by desacralizing, leaving aside both religious liturgies and the magical formulas of sorcery. These formalisms serve as it were as support and mold for the chaos of gestures and words in human relations. They give form to the unformed. By defining a natural, they define an agreeability, a charm, and thus a beauty, a perfection, a harmony. The most successful become exemplary. The philosophy that naturally links up with these social formalizations is Platonism. But outside of all philosophy, they enter into town planning, into civility, and consequently into civilization. This charm actualizes a mediation both fictitious and real between man and nature, between culture and biological reality. A kind of appropriation of nature by way of the social is accomplished, and of the social by way of nature. An appropriation that is incomplete, alienated, but which can always be said to be better than nothing. Among these formalisms that have entered into everyday life and are encrusted in use by time, we can mention the rituals and forms of politeness, with their particular symbolism that has come down from the age of feudalism, the handshake and hand-kissing, their magic formulas, good health, Godspeed, offerings, a cigarette. Initially, then, the idea or project of communication by way of contact, communion and the reciprocal and simultaneous gesture, in the mimed drama of the meeting. We may also mention the strange formalisms of justice and its apparatus, and the still stranger ones that govern the transfer of property, formulas of notarized acts. These are systems of meaning established on the basis of forms that are all institutionalized, directly or indirectly, thus perpetuating the regulated and mimed acts. These formalisms determine several particular kinds or types of mimicry and mimetism, thus mimesis, which we shall simply list, etiquette, ceremonial, the code of manners, hence mannerism and aestheticism, which confers on acts, objects and situations a parity of style. The form must always be capable of repetition. This is its solidity and rigor. However, it is never purely and simply repeated. It is adapted. The general must take account of the particular, and even of the inaccessible singularities of beings and situations. We evolve in the mixed zone of mimesis. Both constraint on nature and orientation of gestures, formalism can supply an ethics. Finally, it can either be charged with an ideology, or replace one. Things may lead to a dramatization, or even open onto the tragic. Risks and perils are dominated, in both fiction and reality, by way of a noble gesture. Was not the nobility of the gesture, maintained in danger, mastering emotion, the wellspring of tragedy for the French playwrights of the 17th century? Is it not the secret of panache, display? An aestheticism that has become natural, or passes for such, is made into tradition and custom. In France it runs down the centuries, transmitted from one class to another. Among the major forms that have come down to us and include law and logic, should we not count the strangest of formalisms, that of courtly love? Originally, at its birth, or its foundation if you like, a mad idea, the maddest of ideas and most delirious of projects, the unique love of one unique being for another. The impossible, conceived and posited as impossible, was at the same time posited as absolute possibility, as rationale of the palpable. The other being is known to be inaccessible, and the absolute can be attained only in the relative. The beloved being is doubly distant, in both body and soul. The lover commits himself to realize this impossibility, to bend all his forces towards the inaccessible, to live constantly in the desire for the absolute, to put an end to separation and split. Here, in his madness, The initial poiesis is evident. What mysterious cruelty, what strength, must one not possess in order to attempt this love? The great Western madness, creator of a limitless number of sensations, prevents us from dwelling in platitude. It has been until now the only style of this West, its grandeur. Along with its opposite, accumulation of knowledge, of capital. Let us now consider, under the sign of culture that has replaced style, the gaps and distortions characteristic of the Great Separation. We already know that the disassociations into separate sectors are accompanied by growing uniformity, common to all sectors. This is how it is in everyday life, labor, private life, leisure. Hence the other three elements of everydayiness, objects, activities, situations, each follow their own course, but the same law of quantitative growth and mimetic uniformity applies in each sector. The role of technological objects becomes predominant and determinant. The automobile, a technological object of use, comes to the fore and is transformed before our eyes, in our Western society, into leading object. It determines important significations. It demands colossal investments, the transformation of towns, their evisceration. The automobile is the head of the system, insofar as there is a system, and not simply a succession of compulsions empirically undergone. During this time, consumption is profoundly refashioned. Large-scale capitalism concerns itself with rationalizing the system of distribution in its own way. As distribution is seen as essential, rationality seems to extend to the entirety of economic activities. We have gone further than studies that prospect the market, or act on needs by way of advertising. The chain stores and supermarkets, according to their apologists, represent the new style of consumption. In the world of objects, thus presented in a total spectacle, in this objectal, chain store, Uniprix, world, everyday objects copy the technical object, a model in itself inaccessible. 45 The distance between the everyday object and the high-tech is that between the electric mixer and the missile. At their lower level, familiar objects are structured and functional, like technical objects, that is, they require a double analysis to be exhaustive, analysis of their structure and the operation of their component parts, and analysis of the function performed by this combination of elements. The mimetic character of the ensemble of everyday objects, moreover, is accentuated as their very manufacture becomes mimesis, with molecular chemistry and plastics. Molding, moldage, replaces assembly, montage. The object is produced by direct reproduction. These mimetic objects constitute a complete assortment, as seen in the chain stores, Uniprix, and supermarkets, and possess a characteristic style or absence of style, the Uniprix style. From furniture through to cheeses, they are neither good nor bad, neither ugly nor beautiful. They are useful. Do these objects form systems? Yes and no. Yes, in that they constitute a vast system determined by the operatory, structural and functional character of the analytical understanding and action. There are even partial systems, inasmuch as pilot objects dominate, imposing options, the automobile, or having consequences for everyday life, television. But these partial systems, unless they are institutionalized and bureaucratized, are broken and integrated into the general system of the object in our society. And we no longer know if there is a system, that is, a rational coherence. For we know that there can be the appearance of a system, a deceptive appearance, half fictitious and half real, an illusion of rationality that invites a search for rationality and coherence, without these ever revealing themselves except by reference to the absurd. For example, in the state and bureaucracy, Examination of small technical objects, gadgets, leads to perplexity. The technical rationality of each does not extend to their ensemble, which may well be quite absurd. It is with the ensemble of pseudo-technical objects, gadgets, and functional, useful objects that high technology and the leaders of society treat everyday life as a colonized and underdeveloped sector of praxis. The chain stores and supermarkets are analogous to the old colonial trading counters. Technical objects command rational behaviors. In relation to these behaviors, the affectivity and emotionality frequently attached to them are always absurd. Thus it is absurd to see the automobile as an instrument of power, as opportunity for sportive play on the roads, as a companion, spouse or mistress. It is lamentable that people become rude and abandon culture and civility as soon as they are at the steering wheel. And yet these residues of emotionality and affectivity bring a little fantasy and variety to behavior. Rational progress consists in their elimination. In other words, behaviors tend towards uniformity. They are copied. Under the sign of analytical separation and disassociation, a reign of uniformity is established. This is more paradoxical than it might seem. We know that complexity covers up homogeneity, that distinction veils argument. People imitate. Imitation is not an individual phenomenon, a relationship between one individual and another. It is a social relation, a form that produces conformity and a vast conformist mentality. Attitudes have replaced autonomous activities, and attitudes are mimicry. Just as attitudes and mimicry have replaced activities, in the same way, roles have replaced perceived and experienced situations. It is curious that psychologists and sociologists observe attitudes, behaviors, roles. They study them in an uncritical manner, thus confirming mimesis and the reign of mimesis, that of the analytical understanding, discourse and rationality, without discerning the fundamentals, and therefore without spelling out and explaining. They thus accept without any kind of investigation, as an eternal requirement of society, the general tendency to stereotype and the tendency to imitate the idols and pantheon of the modern world. For us, on the other hand, this ambiguous aim, this intermediary between reproduction and the inaccessible, is what defines mimesis. Can people be reproached, in the modern world, for wagering, unconsciously, on mimesis, living by imitating and imitating to survive? No, they are free. Too free. Abandoned. Individualism dies and the individual triumphs. In this Pyrrhic victory, he no longer knows whom to blame for his failures and defeats. Individuation and massification do not exclude one another, as was believed in the Belle Époque. On the contrary, the individual constitutes himself as such by borrowing a general image of individuality from other individuals, whose individuality he supposes to be complete and perfect. And the latter act likewise, conforming either to an external image, or to the image they wish to give of themselves, the image that is demanded. David Riesman's analyses in The Lonely Crowd are interesting but insufficient, relative to a certain period of Americanism. 46 It is true that when there was still a living community, the members of this community corresponded, communicated and even commented with one another without having to imitate or resemble each other, except in appearance. They were fashioned, formed, by the tight conditions, limiting but formative, of the community, of the style, of the organic unity, which was in no way a system. In such conditions, individuals, despite being little individualized and knowing nothing of individualism, had characteristics and character. the age of community was also that of characters. A shadow or trace of poiesis remains in the very notion of character. We know very well that character, good or bad, tends to disappear in the age of patterns. After the community there was, according to Riesman, the period of autonomous consciousness. 47 But was not this autonomous consciousness already commanded from outside, with an autonomy that was fictional as much as real, in other words, semi-real and semi-illusory? And when other directed man arrived, was the social orientation and social organization he accepts not demanded, claimed, at the very bottom of individualized consciousness, that of the lost and bewildered individual, unrealized and abandoned to himself, without an ethic to rebel against, without a palpable adversary, and without God to play the devil against. This direction, that supposedly comes from without, which is what sociologists believe they observe, and actually do observe as the bureaucratic organization of industrial society, comes in fact from within, from the uncertain freedom, emptied of meaning, that is devoted to freely reproducing, democratically copying. Under the reign of mimesis, the individual tends to disappear. We do not say that he actually does disappear, still less that he would disappear by decree of implacable fate. We describe and explain a tendency and a tension. The individual is no longer anything but residual. With the dissolution of character, what is left is the personage, the man or woman who compose role, face and mask, gestures and words, as a function of. A function of what is expected of him or her, a function of the demands of their status, or standing, the imperatives of career and hierarchy. This personage in flesh and blood does not have the clarity of the personae, of a novel, of the cinema, figures that are behind the times and too close to actual characters. The personage of today has no outlines except those he takes on by following what is beyond him. This real personage has little reality. He is no longer the persona of classical literature, but a figure in search of an author, who finds no other author but himself, and whose own drama overwhelms him. There is something very disturbing in the analogy or homology between the three following elements: the importance of the methodology of models and simulations in the sciences of today, and particularly in the social sciences; the importance of patterns in contemporary social life; and the importance of acting social groups that consciously or not count on mimesis, the bureaucracy and technocracy. The correspondence is such that scientific representatives of the technocracy believe they represent knowledge of the social real, by virtue of the fact that they use models and study patterns. However, the uncritical character of this cognition, which is more a recognition, arouses attention. Positivism always bears with it acceptance. Science as envisaged in this way forms part of the positive reality that it claims to know, and that it actually does know to the extent that it participates in it. As in Marx's time, however, the situation is turned upside down, and thought put back on its feet. It resumes its course by way of a procedure of criticism. It remains nonetheless that the new sciences are totalizing information theory, cybernetics, the methodology of models and simulations, and that the totalizing knowledge of conformities in relation to patterns, as well as the existence of social groups that live from this conformity and strive to gain power by totalizing activity, technocratic planning, deserves our attention. Structuralism tends to actually structure society. All the more so in that these groups possess not only theoretical sciences, but also totalizing techniques in praxis, for example, punch card indexes of the population. Given the discrepancy between objects, situations and activities, or rather, between things, signals, roles and attitudes, mediations are needed between these disjointed elements, which each has its own uniformity. Language has always played the role of mediation, means, instrument, and something more, element and milieu of reflexive thought, in the sense that water is the element in which fish live. Today the mediation of language is supplemented by the mediation of the image. Does the image provide a language, and to what extent can one speak of a language of images, or of sounds? The abuse of language, of discourse seen as prototype of reality and intelligibility in contemporary reflection, forces us to pose this question. It is hard to give an answer. Certainly, people, photographers, filmmakers, editors and page designers on newspapers, etc., make use of images in order to say what they want to say. As image serves as a sign, it involves the relationship of signified. And it is possible to speak of cinematic discourse and its rhetoric, Gilbert Cohen's 8. 48. There is in the image an expressive character and a signifying character, and among the images there are active symbols and signs. Finally, image as well as language lends itself to a lived experience that is simultaneously individual and collective, acted and signified. All the same, it is possible to wonder whether the relationship of signifier to signified is the same in the image as in language. Words and phrases signify generalities, and only with difficulty, by way of the general, reach the particular and singular. Only speech, unique, living, poetic, unites the singular, the particular and the general and the universal, whereas the image designates or denotes singularity and particularity, reaching the general only by way of these. In lived experience, imaged or imaginary, and on an emotional rather than a representative level, processes are effected that discourse arouses only indirectly and by way of gesture, mimicry, costume, emphasizing the discourse and adding a substitute for living speech. Finally, a last point, the image seems not to lend itself to dichotomies, binary oppositions, syntagmatic contrasts and paradigmatic oppositions, which, according to the contemporary linguistics of phonemes and the operation of sentences, are what characterize discourse. 49. As a consequence, we express some reservations about a forced analogy between image and verbal language, the same as between music and language, reservations that apply also to abuse of the term world, if one may with caution speak of a world of the image and a world of words, their superposition, interaction, unity and conflicts. It is an exaggeration to define our civilization by the image. The term, civilization of the image is as equally true and false as a dozen others, civilization of the gadget, of the jukebox, of nylon, of technology, of leisure, and so forth. If it is abusive to draw a historical and sociological definition from it, there can be no doubt as to the importance of the image, from photography, in the mid-19th century, through to television, mid-20th, the extension of the image has been prodigious. The image seems comparable with the fact. It appears as a given, analogously to the sensation and perception of classical psychology, something objective, in short, a fragment of the real. Yet the image, whether a single photo or a succession of photos, is ambiguous and more than ambiguous. It is dream and memory, escape from the real without losing reference to this palpable real, without dissolving into a transcendent other world. It floats between the real and the unreal, or surreal, without ever coinciding with any of these terms, which place inaccessible boundaries on it. It always has several meanings and leaves people in a disturbed expectation, sometimes flattering and agreeable, sometimes painful. There is thus, up to a certain point, a world of the image. This is no longer the imaginary of old, based on symbols, their power of evocation and participation. It was in Romanticism that the magic of symbolisms cast its last rays, which were often blinding, before the great promotion of the image we are trying to understand. The imaginary of the image is no longer a magic. There is no longer the power and freshness of romantic poiesis, that of Hoffmann's The Golden Pot, or the poetry of Hölderlin that transported the reader into a dream, abolished distances, identified with ancient heroes. The modern imaginary is a social imaginary. It does not escape ambiguity. The projection and identification described by Edgar Morin 50 have no freshness, no power. They scarcely go beyond the bounds of a compensating and compensated unease. They do not transport. What is most important, for our radical critical analysis, is that the image is reproduction, of someone or something, of a fact, an act, a real or fictitious event. Reproduction as such has no limits. A photo can circulate in millions of copies. A film can be duplicated as many times as needed. The number is determined only by cost. And yet, the reproduced figure, whether a classic painting, a car accident, Marilyn Monroe or the Queen of England, is inaccessible as such. The image is located between the repetitive, as its lower boundary, and the inaccessible, a higher pole. At the lower boundary it falls into banality. Approaching the upper limit, it borders on the uniqueness of being an event, primordially and initially given. We recognize here the general definition of mimesis. The world of words, discourse, is taken as true or false. It is certainly either quite coherent or quite incoherent. And the world of images? It deceives or undeceives. It exalts or depreciates. It distances into marvelous remoteness and transcendence, or insolently intrudes into familiarity. This is its particular rhetoric. It only appears to denote, to designate this or that. And it connotes. To the extent that it escapes from ambiguity, it completely mystifies, with the illusion of objectivity, or demystifies, with the appearance of establishing a fact. It falls into banality, or goes off into the extraordinary, the peculiar. In order to astonish, it is enough for it to approach the vicinity of the event, the figure, the fact, their uniqueness, though this astonishment does not last. Banality does last. A paradoxical consequence is that those works that make use of the image, films, photo exhibitions, reproductions, have little influence. What emerges is the star. The contrast between the ephemeral character of the work, even when repeated after being forgotten for a long enough period, the effacement of the author, and the importance of the star, the cover girl, 51 the model, deserves our attention. The star becomes a social stereotype, both effect and cause of a mimetism. The child-woman type existed among women and in men's representations. Brigitte Bardot crystallized it into a model. The woman who aspires to accomplishment exists in society, and Marilyn Monroe gave it a face. The good little girl who becomes a good wife and mother is here in front of our eyes in 1965. Comic detail, she emerged from the comic rebellion of the Yayes. Her name is Sylvie Vartan. 52 films pass. Figures remain. Works live only through figures, models. Outside this crystallizing influence, moreover, the world of the image is marvelously deceptive. There is in this dupery the ultimate reflection of poiesis, a very remote one. Millions of women and millions of images, cinema, Women's magazines and romance novels believe they are encountering the reflection of their reality, their promotion, their beauty, their being, whereas all they have before their eyes, transformed into technologies, is the reflection of the oldest and most primitive procedures of femininity, of appearance, of seduction, to excite the nerves of the male. It is quite right that the social imaginary, one of the sectors of mimesis, should be also the domain of myths. And even more right that this has never been said, on condition, however, that we do not omit other sectors, including the ensemble of praxis and contestations, as well as poiesis. It is useful here, the better to situate and define the reign of mimesis, to recall that the majority of machines that enter everyday life are machines for reproducing, from printing through to molding plastic. Mimesis thus becomes a technological process. It reveals the essence of the machine, while the machine in turn reveals the social essence of mimesis. Records and record players, tape recorders, reproduce music, voices, discourse on an unlimited scale. Photography was already a reproductive imitation of objects and existent beings. It is in this way, seen from another angle, that the world of the image is a mimetic world, mimesis become world. It is in no way surprising that in these conditions there should be models, patterns, directing other directed man 53 from inside, while appearing to do so from without. Technological mechanisms, dispositives, have thus run through different phases and made clear their mimetic nature in a short period of time. The automaton of the 17th and 18th centuries, the chess player that was a false automaton, artificial animals, imitated, with or without trickery, the living and thinking being. This was only the advance signal for what would follow. Mimesis and its reign were announced by these small toy automatons, the first works, still charming ones, of combinatorial intelligence. Then came photography, sound recording, cinema, the worlds of the image and of molding, the key perfecting of mass production, change from production to reproduction. The place was prepared for cybernetic machines and mechanisms that imitate organisms, simulate discourse, and bring to life Mr. Everyman, this natural logician, Benjamin Lee Horth. 54 The world of mimesis in general, and that of the image in particular, was bound to have a reaction on art, and particularly on painting, as a unique image bound up with the uniqueness of object and act, thus with a poiesis. On the other hand, painting connects with the subjective side, with the gaze, le regard. Now this pure gaze ceases to be a gaze. The pure gaze at a pure spectacle is lost as gaze. What gazes is the object. The signal object and the image object have dissolved painting and destroyed art. Modern painting, with a certain delay in relation to poetry, but actually with a certain advance in relation to philosophy, has made this truth visible and palpable to us. By opening our eyes, it has revealed to us that there was nothing to see. 55 Obstinately, without letting itself be stayed by repeated defeats, we can say here, it has committed itself to reinventing presences, to attaining inaccessible presences, to rediscovering poiesis by denying mimesis. A labor of Sisyphus. But we shall see below how the mimetic gaze, whether it focuses on the other gaze or only on itself, becomes redundancy, tautology and pleonasm. Certain sociologists have discovered a modern pantheon, Olympians moderns. The historical fact that this should have been discovered, while pertaining as it does to contemporary sociology, does not lack a certain humorous aspect. The gods of today are well known to everyone. They are commonplaces of contemporary society, the dominant images, the perfect stereotypes, the preeminent patterns. All that is needed is precisely to discover them as such, thus first of all to escape from them and grasp the banality of this imaginary transcendence. The modern pantheon differs radically from the pantheon of antiquity. What could be said of the old gods is that they presented human powers attached to particular times and places, stories, actions. The gods of today are no more than general representations, not presences. They are not, as is too often believed, even by those who accept this pantheon when they imagine themselves to be reflecting it, the product of publicity and journalism. They are the products of modern society as a whole, of its way of producing and devouring. On an everyday life that is masked and dissimulated, because too painful, through a fictitious society that calls itself mass, and not class, one of consumption and abundance, not penury, of leisure, not work, they extend the second degree of illusion, the dream of illusion. To attain the pantheon, it is necessary to transcend everyday life. Power, money and glory are not enough. A relationship with everyday life, and with people immersed in everyday life, must also be re-established. It is necessary to become human, by way of some weakness, some vulnerable side, some human suffering or misfortune imminent to the everyday. If someone asks in what way socialist society differs from capitalist society in the respect that concerns us here, it is hard to find a response. The chemistry of plastic materials, the technology of molding, the commercialization of products of this technology, are more advanced on the capitalist side. There are probably more tape recorders and individual cameras in service among the bourgeoisie than among the leading strata of socialism. The same holds for individual cars. The temptation to the commonplace and identity seems identical. Both societies find themselves under the sign of mimesis rather than that of technology in general. Combinatorial intelligence rages on both sides, if seemingly more accentuated, more analytic, more dichotomous, on the bourgeois side, because it has not been corrected by a residue of dialectical thought, or because it is less subject to a naive Manichaeism. What is certain is that the pantheons do not coincide. Neither Grace Kelly, nor Maria Callas, nor Aristotle Onassis are part of the socialist pantheon. Nor the Aga Khan, nor Queen Elizabeth nor Farah Diba. 56 And yet, the socialist pantheon and the capitalist pantheon do have some common divinities, Picasso, the Kennedys, perhaps Pope John XXIII. Sylvie Vartan and Brigitte Bardot, if they were allowed to penetrate there, would take the proletarian real by storm, which is why they are so strictly prohibited from entry. A remarkable fact, Stalin, a socialist divinity, has become part of the bourgeois pantheon, likewise Khrushchev and Yuri Gagarin, and Fidel Castro. Let us hope that the war of the gods replaces that of men. If we believe their horoscope and predictions, socialism is already victorious. The bourgeoisie lacks strength. It would not have worshipped such a strong and cruel divinity as Stalin. What a power, that of socialism! The severity of God the Father is enough for the bourgeoisie. The capitalist pantheon, in its decadence, opens itself to the gods of the enemy. But what enemy? What socialism? One that needs divinities? That lives in mimesis, in the praxis of combinatorial and operational intelligence, below the level of revolutionary praxis, of renewed poiesis? Having thus explored the domain of mimesis, we can return to the concept. Our argument is that it renders transparent, that is, intelligible, but not in the sense of the analytical understanding, a large number of social and historical facts that were formerly opaque. Mimesis, as we can see, is not a phenomenon or a function limited to the individual, his psychological or psychosocial life. It is a modality of praxis. We distinguish it therefore from notions with which it might be confused. Imitation is a psychological concept that presupposes extreme passivity on the part of the subject in the face of the object that he imitates from outside, as well as the one-sidedness and simplicity of the imitative act, since this is only defined at the sensory and perceptual level. Imitation is simple and copies an object, or a being, posited before the subject. As generally conceived, it reduces to psychological or psychosociological repetition. Repetition, however, we see as the lower limit, the pole that makes it possible to define mimesis, but where this is erased and disappears. Our critique of mimesis, fundamental and radical, demands that the concept be fully restored or constituted. It cannot be reduced to imitation in the sense explained above. Mimesis is active. It decomposes and recomposes the real. Structure is nothing but the operation or operatory protocol that, by analyzing and reconstructing the object, yields a simulacrum of it. Abraham Moles. There is a structuralist and mimetic activity, Roland Barthes, analyzed by Levi-Strauss in The Savage Mind on the subject of bricolage, with the result that this bricolage could be taken as symbolic of mimesis. The operation divides into decomposition and reconstruction, in the course of which what the object aims at becomes apparent, the intelligible, the simulacrum, or more generally perhaps description. Does describing a landscape not presuppose that the writer has decomposed and recomposed it at the level of his discourse, introducing not so much his sensibility as its own intelligibility? Are not the writer, the painter, the sculptor, who fail to discover the source of poiesis, in fact bricoleurs, arranging a reduced model of reality and proposing this to those who view with amazement and admiration the relation between this reduced object and the external model, a relation of resemblance or dissemblance, analogy or distancing perceived as such? Does a child imitate his father? Yes and no. He admires him, he follows him. He believes that he copies his gestures, his words. At the lower limit, he repeats what he hears and sees. He is close to pathological identification. At the upper limit, the model seems to him so inaccessible and transcendent that he abandons it as model, and a different morbid situation then lies in wait for the child or adolescent. In fact, the child who imitates his father or mother constitutes himself in an alienated and often deceptive manner by way of this imitation. He starts from his situation as a child, from his needs, his gestures and his words. He refashions these and enriches them, or impoverishes them, equally on the basis of the image that he has of the adult. He aims at the world of adults by way of representations and myths, the myth of the father, the myth of adulthood. In this way he becomes other than he was, other than he sees, not without alienation. We can say that pure and simple imitation is a pseudo-mimesis, or that mimesis is a pseudo-imitation. Mimesis thus conceived envelops imitative activity in the customary sense of psychologists and sociologists, but it goes further. It shows its internal functions and structures. The psychological simplification comes from Aristotle. Art, which for him is no longer poiesis, imitates nature, which is no longer physis. Mimesis is thus no longer anything but a modality of the spectacle. Mimesis is not conceived in its double determination, which the philosophical and psychological concepts of immanence and transcendence, repetition and aim, copy and resemblance, express only poorly. If on the one hand it is close to repetition and recommencement of what? Of the acquired, the stereotyped, the redundant, the established, gestures, words, movements. On the other hand, it proposes for itself a term that escapes it, but is not transcendent in the classical sense of this term in philosophy. Mimesis is ambiguous, or rather double. In it, and in this zone, activity partially manages to grasp the term, to incorporate it, to put the image to work and follow the model. Thus mimesis becomes creative and participates in praxis, without for all that being identified with a rediscovered poiesis. It encompasses what psychologists and sociologists call creativity, which must be carefully distinguished from creative power, from poiesis. Conceived in this way, mimesis supersedes the psycho-sociological theory of individual consciousness, Tard, and the sociological theory of collective consciousness, Durkheim. The mimetic is social, since it is a modality of praxis. But it opens onto individuals, because individual consciousness is open onto it. It thus encompasses a multitude of familiar phenomena, such as the imitation of the upper classes by the lower classes, which presupposes classes, a hierarchy and a struggle, a latent conflict between mimetism and class consciousness. Let us now fix the limits of the general theory of mimesis. It bears essentially on forms. By presenting it in its main lines, we have successively encountered the forms of the city, those of discourse and law, those of social languages and accumulation. Without the necessity of emphasizing it too much, it is clear that the theory of these forms is not exhausted, and likewise that these forms and their theory do not exhaust historical and social reality, praxis. We have only given one way among others of analyzing praxis, by connecting it with a primordial determination, poiesis, and going on to show how it separates itself, incompletely, from this as mimesis. Despite this notion having a relationship with those of function and structure, as also with that of form, we do not think that from this starting point it is possible to attain all the forms, all the functions, all the structures. We are careful here not to present a philosophy of mimesis, a system. We refuse to erase the differences in mimesis, and particularly those between functions, forms and structures. We expressly refuse to reduce human reality, including the possible, to the theory of mimesis. Can we not say that reality, that is, praxis, is described and analyzed in a new light? It contains forms, functions, structures. It can only be grasped conceptually at its various levels as an interaction of these three terms. Forms act on functions and structures, and vice versa. The elements in interaction and transformation can be neither disassociated nor confused. Systematization privileges one of the elements, driving it to the absolute, absorbing the others into it. It totalizes praxis, or rather, tries to totalize it. There were thus, and still are, real systems, constituted or maintained by a totalizing activity of praxis. This is how formalism, functionalism, structuralism are posited today, strongly and vigorously, but narrowly. It would be easy to show, in a case relatively close at hand and concrete, that of the city and its inhabitants, the motives and advantages of such systematizations, their limits, the aberrations that they lead to arrive in praxis, and finally their ideological characteristics. We reject such a systematization. When need arises, we have emphasized separation, which never goes so far as making a complete break between the elements of interaction. For example, between the aspects of everydayness, labor, private life, leisure, or again objects, activities, situations, or what corresponds to them. We have also emphasized the uneven development of real systems, their disappearance, their dissolution, their ruptures, their mutations, the replacement by new systems, in a word, their non-convergence. A process of this kind is masked by ideological systematization, precisely by driving theory to the absolute and consolidating in practice this or that system, these or those forms, functions or structures seen as foundations of a system. The theory of mimesis thus constitutes, among other things, an analysis of praxis. It would be interesting to make a comparison between these analyses. It is possible to distinguish the dominated from the non-dominated sector in natural, material, facts. Does not mimesis establish a bridge, a transition, between the sector dominated by instruments and technologies, and the sector not dominated? Does it not mean the dominated sector embarking on an appropriation by man of his own nature, still uncertain and incomplete? It is also possible to distinguish what arises from determinism, chance, will. Is mimesis not a determinism that encompasses varied chances and envelops will, yet which increases the domain of will? We have distinguished a mimesis still attached to an initial poiesis from mimesis that separates from this. Above all, we have emphasized a mimesis that becomes autonomous and automatic, which is sufficient for itself, or seeks to be so. On this account, it extends and grows. It becomes the general form of increase and accumulation. One of the strangest stages in this process, which indicates the proximity of its conclusion, is the pleonasm, in familiar terms, the round-robin, tourniquet. Mimesis tends in this direction. Is this by a law analogous to those of physics, closer to those of thermodynamics than to those of entropy? Would it not rather be because logic, the formal kernel of mimesis, tends towards tautology and establishes itself around pure identity, A equals A? The one does not rule out the other, and perhaps there is a relationship between the general, logical, form of stability and the physical laws that determine order and disorder, that is to say, precisely the conditions of the stabilities of nature. Activities that acquire autonomy tend towards pleonasm. From the moment that art sets itself up as a domain of its own, above and outside everyday life, as culture and not style of life, how should it be defined? One may say, art is art. In the same way, science is science. Philosophy is philosophy. Politics is politics. And so on. This tendency is accentuated when we move to the second degree, discourse on discourse, will to will, love of love, poetry on the poet and poetry, quintessences of essences, and so forth. Critics have often pointed out this fact, though rarely following it through. Paintings are made about paintings, painting on painting, images on images. This succession, which in the past sometimes seemed to offer art and thought an eminent dignity, that of reflection and purity, reduces them to tautological duplication. We shall not dwell here on the logology and egology of the philosophers. We have mentioned these in passing. We shall also have the opportunity to return to the circularity of the processes by which social systems arouse energies that may overflow them and manage subsequently to control and integrate these energies, feedback, self-regulation. Let us emphasize the palpable figures of pleonasm. There are little figures and little pleonasms. The crowd attracts the crowd, very materially, by a spontaneous mimetism, at the entrance to a shop or a cinema, around an incident in the street. Success breeds success. The number of readers of a magazine provides an advertising theme. In competitions organized by newspapers, there is often a question on the number of respondents, often the decisive one. There is also the mirror that reflects the mirror, for example the wife who reflects the husband and the husband who duplicates the wife. And love that reflects love, without a third term, world, rival, child, action. The pleonasm here is already more serious. It becomes important in our eyes when we consider woman, queen of the market, buyer, supreme devouring consumer, and supreme commodity, advertisement of advertisement, commercialized model. And it is the same woman who is duplicated with a real and an abstract existence, actual and symbolic, pleonasmic. Woman is woman. Chirque as la femme. La femme, c'est la femme. Chirque as la. Take a motorway, in Europe or better still in the United States. You come across restaurants and motels that straddle the road. People stop in their cars to watch the passage of others in their cars. And besides, motorways hide the landscape, bypass cities, are empty in an ever similar way, everywhere the same cars, the same people, the same places that are abstract, because denatured in the same moments. Parisians on their Sunday outings are on the right track, stopping on the roadside to eat, wash their car and watch the other cars. Another disturbing figure of pleonasm is the enormous information apparatus known as the mass media, which produce fodder when real food is lacking. The machine for conveying news creates pseudo-news and pseudo-events, which the consumer cannot distinguish from true or real ones. Daniel J. Burston explains very well how this happens. A politician visits a town. A crowd turns out to see him. 1 million people are in the street, and 4 million in front of their television screens. The camera shows the figure of the great man stepping out of his car for 15 seconds, and shows the crowd for several minutes. For the television spectators, the crowd serves as spectacle. If we suppose that all these people stayed at home to see better, there would no longer be anything to see. In this way, the world of the gaze and pure spectacle contains within it the germ of its negation and self-destruction, at the moment when it sets itself up as self-sufficient, pleonasm. 57 SC. Wright Mills writes in The Power Elite, the immediate experience of the mass media only leads to confirming their success. The further one goes into the experience of significations, that is to say, the more one reveals them, the more radical is the critique. Contained within narrow limits, the notion of signification can serve a neo-positivist or structuralist systematization. For us, the world of significations, inasmuch as it is a question of a world, is a world without substance, without certainty, even that of uncertainties. It sways between safety and adventure, between stability and aimless wandering, between the banal and the tragic, without support, without end, without expression. But at a given moment, so to speak, the notion of signification turns against itself. If we go far enough, we reveal the elements of a radical critique not only of the mass media, but of the social praxis that the mass media express, that is to say, that they dissimulate by unveiling and veil by showing. The man of communications continues to communicate, even when there is no longer anything to communicate. Above all, when there is no longer anything to say, he simulates communication, having destroyed its content. He becomes the automaton of communication as this is realized in the mass media. The man of signification, when he no longer has anything to express, signifies the insignificant. He simulates. He creates meanings out of thin air. He parodies poiesis. He reproduces himself. It is in this direction that we could pursue the exegesis of Superman, Mandrake, and many other comics that invade the press. Radical critique respects the appearance that moderate criticism sticks to, but goes much further in its analysis. Beneath the sexuality on display, it shows the asexuality of the modern hero, his deviralization under the surface of the exorbitant, magic, powers that are granted him. This Superman is nothing more than a robot. The automaton has no sex, or has only an external and borrowed one, a simulacrum of sex. It is transsexual just as it is transcultural. Apostrophe is sex necessary? An American writer joked. Not at all. It disturbs pragmatic rationality and effectiveness. It is a waste of time. Let us eliminate sex by a completely logical reduction. We shall attain identity, perfect coherence, supreme equilibrium, higher tautology, pleonasm. It could be maintained that this pleonasm consists in the fact that people find no other meaning to their life than reproducing and having an ever greater number of children, whose life will have no more and no other meaning than their own. Life is reduced to survival, which simulates life. Have men ever lived? The myths of survival continue, the immortality of the soul. Survival masks life. Thus the meaning of life, and the search for this meaning, perish by self-destruction, the idea that life has another meaning than to be lived. The honor of providing the most perfect model of pleonasm falls to the cyberneticians. An electrode is placed in the brain of a rat. This electrode affects a region that gives pleasure when excited. When the rat touches a pedal in its cage, it triggers the stimulus and feels pleasure. The experiment thus creates a looped system. Only exhaustion and sleep prevent the rat from continuing, until it dies of fatigue, this scientifically perfected onanism that simulates and reproduces pleasure. The looping and self-excitation of pleasure is the symbol and conclusion of robotized man, in an optimistic version, one that does not suppress pleasure, which has become useless for stereotyped gestures and established structures. This is the palpable figure of the perfected automaton in a transsexuality that falls below sex, and thus resolves the problem of sex, need and desire. The reflection of the behavior that is reflected in it, replaces desire and even need arising from nature. The robot man is caught in his systems unless protest and challenge break the loop. Unless desire is one day regained. Unless man's domination over his works is poetically asserted. The organization office that develops and creates and regulates offices is not a bad figure of pleonasm. In a more general way, bureaucracy the world over has three levels: counters open to the public, reception bureaus for difficult cases, and finally the hidden offices, where decisions are taken. These decisions particularly include the defense and extension of the bureaucracy's interests. It has also acquired three very general dimensions: the organization of offices in the strict sense, the system of knowledge, marks, that is to say, the hierarchy of competences and titles, the privileges of the mandarins, and finally the relationship to the state. Among the general knowledges that make up the privilege of the mandarin is knowledge of itself, knowledge of the functioning of the bureaucracy and its hierarchy, knowledge inherent in the mandarin and impenetrable, secret, mysterious, to people outside and the lower degrees of the hierarchy. Finally, the bureaucracy supports and maintains the state consecrates the bureaucracy. This is the pleonasm, the vicious circle, impossible, in appearance, to break. At the state summit reigns the supreme tautology, the state is the state, or again, latet se moi, as power is power, and things too are what they are. And men likewise, rulers are ruled, governors are governed. The pleonasm is approached by various routes. That of the analytical understanding, of logic and its implications, of mimesis. That of discourse and the world of discourse, where discourse imitates discourse, according to its forms and rules. That of bureaucracy and the state. That of the eye, of the pure gaze, or of objects that gaze. That of the image, a mediation that becomes sovereign. That of philosophy. That of technology. And finally that of everyday life, in which circularities are established according to the following pattern: vital rhythms, behavior, reflexes, mechanical rhythms and gestures reflected in behaviors. This real or illusory substantiality is asserted by concealing from oneself and others the process of its tautological autonomization. Would there then be only one pleonasm, the great pleonasm, the ultimate tautology in which rationality and absurdity are one and the same? This question anticipates a subsequent argument and will only be answered completely in the conclusion. If there was a convergence of these paths, if we were faced with the empty enormity of the great pleonasm, the perfect loop would be completed sooner or later. We would all be caught in the depth of a blind alley, on the perfect round robin. But we have in fact already replied to this question in the negative, putting forward the law of uneven development, of systems, of autonomizations. What happens in the vicinity of the pleonasm, which we may now assume is threatening, but cannot be completely attained or actualized? The real situation in this vicinity adds something to the old theory of alienation and its limit, reification. We find here second-degree alienations. This limit is the pure and absolute form. It differs from reification, although it is analogous to it in its structure. In this vicinity, in each sector, each system of what the sociologists call limited rationality tends towards achieved coherence. It becomes closed. It changes into identity. This is the success of the system. We are at the opposite pole of the contradiction. Everything here is true, transparent, clear. And so everything is false, apparent, illusory. Reality here can be defined by a finite series of questions to which the answer is yes or no. The operational determination of the real imposes itself. This is accomplished in fact on the basis of the pleonasm that defines the sector, language, mimesis, state, bureaucracy, etc. This operational definition signifies that the operator manufactures the real that he deals with and claims, or believes, he confirms. Everything in this context can be put onto punch cards. The technico-bureaucratic dream approaches realization. This accomplishment, carried out with handicraft means by specialists in fragmentary activities in their various domains, could be extended by machines to large numbers of individuals, of determinations. Using electronic calculators, it would be possible to put large populations onto punch cards, onto matrices, with their attitudes, behaviors, roles and functions. We have been able to define logic as a general theory, abstract and formal, of stabilities, that is to say, of coherent forms, self-regulating systems. In this sense, by separating it from philosophy to which it was long attached, logic has enabled us to dominate the partial results of the sciences and to conceive the sciences, in particular those of human reality, as theories of the real and realizations of theory. Here we grasp the full amplitude of the logic of realization, that is, logic in realization, the constitutive tautology. In this vicinity, the individual and history pass into the residual, which the boldest among the rationalists of technology driven to absurdity conceive as indefinitely reducible by way of new procedures. Likewise tragedy, dialectics, and so forth. Fortunately, this dangerous region is also that of the self-destruction of autonomized powers. Fetishism of language and destruction of language go strangely hand in hand. Modern art posits itself as supreme meaning, meaning of meaning in all senses of the term, that is, perception and sensuous organizations, directions, significations. And this is the moment when all arts and all artists practice a flamboyant destruction in and through their works. 58. They do so in different ways, through pure technique, through parody, through stammering, through heroic temptation to renovate, through silence. The real, constituted by science and technology, with the blessing of art, leads to the consolidation of everyday life. But art cannot tolerate this everydayness, which it does not manage, as externality and cultural speciality, to encounter, transpose, metamorphose. In the general uneven development, the everyday is consolidated as a backward and underdeveloped sector, a substitute in the highly industrialized countries for the former colonized and backward sector. The everyday, as such, challenges art and culture, because they remain external to it. Likewise science and technology, because they create it and leave it far behind, after having subjected it to their structural and functional rules, which leads to disturbance, by this particularly tough real, the everyday, of the real as a whole. The real is duplicated and split more cruelly than before. On the one hand, it is what cannot be escaped, what brings satisfactions, what must be accepted, what should be grasped in a participatory and active fashion. On the other hand, it is what provokes an unbearable malaise, what must be defied or fled from, what can only impose itself on an imbecile passivity. In mass consumption, and through the mass media, mimesis is reduced to the imitation of wealth, power, knowledge. It involves making the world into a spectacle and the world of the spectacle, with the imitation of objects caught in the general spectacle, objects that are human beings. Spectacle and conditioning, images and stereotyped behaviors, go together. And yet, crude, clumsy, distorted by business and advertising, a kind of enormous ludic invention is attempted in this mimesis. Running through it, derisorially inspiring it, there is in mass communications a vast and wretched spirit, play on words, play with violence and eroticism, games of chance and death. In this monstrous mortal seriousness everything becomes frivolous, everything becomes a game, although this game does not link up with invention. The critique of everyday life emphasizes the same tendency, which runs through the constraining banality of the everyday without metamorphosing it. Are we saying that these games must be redeemed, pursued further and brought into convergence with the great poetic games? Are we remembering here and now that play is a moment? Are we asking if it has an ontological privilege, as Heidegger believed? No. We simply suggest that the self-destruction of autonomized powers presents an essential aspect of poiesis for our time. This destruction and this self-destruction are the poetic act par excellence, the conflagration that inserts itself in a striking and invisible way at the heart of our praxis, that which the powers in question divide up in order to seemingly dominate it. under the sign of ever-possible general self-destruction and the atomic danger. The self-destruction of these autonomized powers is beginning. Thus the tragic regains its place, rang. Our poiesis is still tragic. Criticism most commonly takes up an unjust and unjustifiable position, without being aware of this. It criticizes the present in the name of the past, the town in the name of the countryside, industrial life in the name of patriarchal life, modernity in the name of survivals, the division of labor in the name of what preceded it, harsh reality in the name of nostalgia and the memory of blue remembered hills. Criticism never reaches radicality by limiting itself in this way. It floats indecisively between left-wing criticism and right-wing criticism, tending towards the latter. We can observe in the works of Marx, and particularly the so-called philosophical works of his youth, some traces of this hesitation. Yet Marx escaped from this. He took the real in the grip of a double critique, in the name of the future and the possible, in the name of the past and memory. The former encompasses the latter, and the latter links up with the former, but to the exact extent that the superseded subsists as past within the superseding. Now, unless the contrary is proved, our critique links up with that of Marx by taking the reality of the 20th century as its object. It does not set the past up against the present, but the possible against what obstructs it. It recognizes nostalgia only to the extent that nostalgia illuminates, that regret for a time before the division of labor proclaims that this separation can be overcome. The possible calls the past to it and gives it a historical meaning. The possible prevails in the order of reasons and will, the past having its place in the series of causes, determinisms. Thus criticism attains its full radicality and is strongly distinguished from any kind of passéism, although some people, particularly among technocrats, stubbornly dismiss in these terms everything opposed to their designs. The complexity of praxis appears ever more clearly. It is polarized. It relates in part to repetition and the repetitive, redundant, in part to the combinatory, mimesis, and in part, finally, to destruction and creation, poiesis. The mixture is decanted. After a long period in which mimesis prevailed, a renewed unity is indicated in the fragmented totality of its moments. A vast block soon separates out, a partial totality, mimesis and praxis. Another dialectical unity, partial and open, poiesis and praxis, would attain the moment of a decisive promulgation. The predominance of mimesis would have served as intermediary, the aim of poetry being, across time, practical truth, Paul Éluard. This horizon, both close and distant, is not however bright. It rises problematically. New themes are sketched, such as those of the relationship between repetition and creation. We have already considered these themes as metaphilosophical, in the sense that their elucidation must result from an investigation of praxis in its totality, and not from an ideology juxtaposed with the real and the theory of the real. We have in mind a new unity of the totality grasped fragmentarily. This involves a unity in the difference between mastery and wandering, between domination and contestation, between safety and adventure. Thus between mimesis and poiesis, between achieved being and inexhaustible being, between absence and presence. Human beings, individually and as a group, assert themselves both with and against nature, and such was poiesis, both with and against other men, such was praxis. Some cleared the ground for planting, invented handicrafts. Others invented trade, industry, politics. Others again were conquerors. Sometimes certain peoples happily combined the various means of assertion. The Greeks, for example. Relationships bound up with domination, defiance, challenge, courage, always had two distinct terms, sometimes complementary, sometimes contradictory, one relating to nature, the other relating to men. Up to now there have been three terms in play and at stake: nature, other humans, and autonomized technology, the automaton. The second term, the bitter struggle between human groups, peoples and classes, will attenuate after some explosive convulsions. In any case, we know pretty well the problems that this struggle raises. The third term will one day raise the most serious questions. It already does raise them. It faces man with his fundamental question, the appropriation of nature and above all of his own nature. Either poiesis will move to the front rank in the direct relationship re-established between man and nature or being, or else man will be caught by his own work. Once again, the dead will have seized the living. This time, death imitates life. It caricatures it. In social reality, mimesis has always been important by conferring importance on this or that. But it was profound and productive when great symbolic images were offered for imitation. It is in modern everyday life that mimesis becomes flat imitation of models, posited as abstract objects, patterns, stereotypes and images, the spectacular representations of the great of this world. By losing its depth, by becoming fact, with one or two reduced dimensions, mimesis ridiculously populates the everyday and modernity. In this modernity, what is not simulacrum? What is not simulation? A few moments. A few dramas? Death? Even that gives rise to comedies, histrionics. It does not guarantee any authenticity. In this modernity, mimesis reduced to the clearest and most complete expression reigns supreme, even while machines take over and realize it materially. Between man and nature, between man and his own nature, technology encompasses a second nature. This second naturality is no longer the city, art, language or even the world of objects in general, but technology that is at the same time instrument, means, mediation, screen and disturbed, rather than diapanis, milieu. Technology imitates nature and man, who imitate one another. And men seem to find satisfaction and happiness in this. The time of the masses. The time of buddies. 59. The time of pleonasm. The time also of protests, refusals, frustrations and an ever more generalized malaise, which cannot be challenged in mimesis, yet could be crystallized beyond cleavages of class and demands defined in economic and political terms. Along the way we have encountered several familiar definitions of man: Homo faber, Homo sapiens, Homo ludens. We have stressed the anthropology of Marx. Despite the fact that his thought cannot be reduced to an anthropology, man is the being who founds a praxis, who acts and produces, who alienates and disalienates himself, loses himself, goes astray, rediscovers himself, in his works and his products. According to Marx, this is Homo faber, deepening the concept of this. To the definitions and dimensions we have encountered, we added several others, resulting from anthropological research and a critique of anthropology, an elaboration that continues philosophy while contesting it and using concepts taken from philosophy. Man is everyday. Man has to accomplish himself in everyday life, in an everydayness other than that which establishes itself around us. Man is mimetic. He changes by imitating and imitates by changing. He imitates himself, by acting, by living pragmatically. He creates by imitating and imitates by creating. What does he imitate? The sun, the gods, the masters, celebrities, idols, and finally machines. He parodies nature in facticity. He caricatures himself by copying human models, setting himself rules and norms for imitation, morality, philosophy, and so forth. And yet, man is poetic. He is born from poiesis, with it. He dies far from poiesis, his homeland. He has to rediscover poiesis. With the recognition of poiesis as foundation of man, we go further than the opposition of the rational and the irrational, further than anthropology, towards nature or being, and towards the most distant possible, the horizon of horizons. The struggle against nature, however primordial it may be, does not exhaust the relationship of man with nature. This struggle is waged with technological means, with instruments. But the relationship envisaged is also unity, appropriation even in struggle and conflict. It is poiesis. It is heralded in his works, with a share of uncertainty, unpredictability, and the unforeseen. And now, let refusal reject mimesis. Let restored desire lead to the theoretical decision to refuse, inevitably by way of despair in maturity or dissipation in youth. By way of unease and revolt. And by way of self-destruction. In this sense, a theoretical decision can link up again with a revolutionary praxis, the political and social elements of which would come partly from elsewhere. In this sense, poetry will have its chance. We shall wager on poetry, this residue of mimesis. In the very long term. This book is licensed to Rowan Jennings, RMJ 2131 at columbia.edu on September 5, 2016. Chapter 7, Philosophy as Message. We shall now consider philosophy as a message. Not in the vague sense of a testimony, in which philosophy would be an angelic messenger of some kind of hope, but in the precise sense of this term in semantics and communication or information theory. In other words, we shall apply to philosophy the methods of semantic and semiological analysis. We shall ask the question, what are the structures of philosophical discourse? And try to answer it without dissimulating two intentions, two objectives. First of all, to use the concept of structure up to the limits of its zone of validity. And secondly, to determine and delimit philosophical discourse by defining it, or philosophy as discourse if you prefer, an approach that is indispensable in order to offer an objective balance sheet of philosophy in terms of what it has that is positive, a positive that may subsequently appear as negative, and vice versa, without abandoning anything of radical critique. The approach is equally necessary as a support for the metaphilosophical meditation that is born in the course of the superseding of philosophy, its contestation and dialectical negation. By superseding philosophy, in the course of this superseding, we shall say what philosophy was. Along the way we have already introduced certain notions from semantics, semiology, information theory, and structuralist thought. These notions are not new, and most of them are familiar. We shall find them again here. We shall be able to ask up to what point philosophy can be said to be a meta-language, a universal language, or claim that it is the quest for this. Does not the philosopher sometimes suffer from a hypertrophy of signifiers, somewhat detached from the signified? Does he not seek to accumulate what cannot be accumulated? What are the roles of redundancy, intelligibility, and novelty, information, in philosophical discourse? What does philosophical discourse denote? What are its connotations? In the modification of philosophical systems, what can be understood according to diachrony, and what pertains to synchrony? Each concept can be of use to us in questioning the philosopher and philosophy. As an effort towards system and totality, as a quest for meanings in facts and concepts, philosophy undeniably relates to semiology. One on the other hand, it is neither obvious nor certain that semantics and semiology exhaust philosophy or completely explain it. If philosophy is a system of meanings, is it only that? The application of semiological analysis to philosophy may well allow us to discern a residue, something irreducible, by way of which philosophy in general refuses to be completely contained in a system of meanings that is closed and given, a system like others, by way of which, therefore, every philosophy opens onto something other. Would this irreducible be a poetry or poiesis, or the project? Perhaps. Would it be the alliance and reconciliation that is glimpsed with nature, with being? Possibly. Perhaps philosophy in some respects, as pure discourse, logos, approaches in other respects forms that accept those elements arising from nature, symbols, expressive gestures, natural expressivity, which Saussure indicates as difficulties facing his method of analysis. Before embarking on this examination, let us pay some attention to semantic reduction. This is the operation by which the linguist distinguishes a language from speech and from the chaos of linguistic facts. Within this general phenomenon, two aspects are separated, language and speech. Language, in this sense, is what remains after speech is subtracted. Everything that does not enter into the system of signs is dismissed and bracketed out. By semantic reduction, language becomes a well-defined object extracted from the heteroclite set of facts. And it is an object that can be studied separately. Language thus delimited as a system of signs in which all that is essential is the unity of signifiers and signified, meanings and acoustic images. Language is a form, but a concrete one, as evidenced by writing. Semantic reduction thus contains dichotomous oppositions, that between language and speech, language is always virtual, and speech always actual, between the signifier and the signified, the union of which makes up the sign, and between synchrony and diachrony, linguistics has first to study language in its functioning, as a system of signs used by a definite human group, with diachronic or historical study intervening only later, and subordinated to the former. Let us consider the semantic reduction as given. It reveals a concrete abstraction, language. This operation corresponds to the phenomenological reduction of Husserl, by which reflection brackets out those aspects of the real or the idea that it does not for the moment place at the center of its analytical or descriptive research. The semantic reduction also seems analogous to that which enabled Marx to reveal a concrete abstraction, the commodity, outside of the chaos of human acts of consumption, production and exchange, above the diversity of needs and goods. The analogy or possible homology goes a long way. Like the commodity, does not language as such have an alienating and even reifying power which individuals and groups accept, use, or obscurely combat? Like the commodity, language is caught in dialectical movements. It is not dialectical in itself, it is a form, a structure, to be analyzed as such. We propose, here and elsewhere, to dialectically reverse the semantic reduction, that is to say, to restore as closely as possible what it dismisses and brackets out. From the linguistic chaos, which is not praxis and study of which suspends praxis, we shall return towards praxis as a whole. It is possible to rediscover and recuperate the dismissed elements without falling back into the initial chaos, by situating these in relation to the revealed abstraction, language, discourse. This is rather like what Marx did in Capital. After analyzing the commodity as formal structure, he returned to the division of labor and the real groups and classes that constitute society. The reverse operation of semantic reduction, conducted starting from the latter, would enable us to take back speech, gestures, expressive elements, systems that contain natural givens. Instead of dismissing from language and discourse speech and linguistic chaos with their diversities, voices, mimicry, etc., we rediscover these interactions. Do they return in the concepts, the categories? That is the question that immediately comes to mind. Yes, we can reply. The intonations of speech that animate and diversify discourse, these particularities bound up with individuals, do nonetheless enter into classified and familiar generalities, the figures of rhetoric. It would be easy to show how Saussure indicates this movement in his lectures on general linguistics. His reflection follows a double movement, of reduction, and of return, layer by layer, element by element, towards what the reduction dismisses. In this way he posits simultaneously the principles of semantics, which presupposes reduction, and of semiology, which rediscovers the concrete dismissed by this reduction. The double movement has continued since then, with interdependencies and interactions between semantics and structural linguistics, on the one hand, and semiology on the other. In his essays on general linguistics, Roman Jakobson reintegrates the figures of rhetoric into language, without following this movement through to an end, since he restricts it to the two figures of metaphor and metonymy, even if these are particularly important. 3. As a whole, the studies and writings of linguists 4 and semiologists 5 complement each other. We may well be able to determine places, zones, sites or situations that are occupied by systems, in relation to the marker and referential that is language in the full sense, and without fetishizing this. On the contrary, ceasing to take it as a structural prototype of intelligibility and reality, while on the other hand not dislocating it or dissolving it, keeping a kind of respect for it, preserve